One.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thank you for coming.
Everyone.
Today is our WC anniversary. Oh, it's so nice to see so many people from around the world. Thank you guys for coming.
I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. No, we're good. They can hear me now. They could hear you twice before. It was just a little bit louder. We're good now.
Okay,
It's all fixed.
we're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me
Yeah.
1 second. I'm gonna swap this over. There it goes.
Why is she so huge?
Me when the cinder paw is cinder and full of paw.
We're very normal about Cinderfelt here.
Oh, I am extremely normal. I promise you.
Yeah. Canada.
TV paint? Can you not freeze? Okay. There she is.
Yeah.
Oh, oops. I have the
Oh, she's
perspective
been
tool
distorted.
on instead of transform. I can distort her more.
Oh no.
No.
I mean, I'm down for it.
I love our little fire paw that sits and watches. He's so patient.
Yeah.
That's
very
really
pettable.
like how cats are.
Yes.
Indeed.
Macy would be doing that to me right now, but she's not. She's in the other room.
But yes, hi everyone. Thank you for coming. Um, Today is 3 years of WCA, and that is insane to me. It is really hard to believe that it's been 3 years. But thank you guys for sticking with us and honestly being a really incredible fan base and support system. String Beans is wondering if we'll be adapting super editions or novellas. I'd love to see Tall Star's Revenge. Totally not because I want gay Tall Star. Well, here's the good news. Regardless of whether it's Tall Star's Revenge or not, Tall Star is always going to be gay. He's gay
Let's
in an
go.
nice. He's gay until the day he dies. So there we have that going for us. But no, right now we're focusing
What about
on he's gay after he dies too. Let's be clear. Um but no, we're focusing on our own kind of take on the events of the first 6 books. I think there are definitely going to be allusions and like references to the supplemental materials, to the super editions and novellas that are relevant there, but not in the plan as of right now. A normal username is wondering. Oh yes, hi Greek Warriors fans. Normal username is wondering, who does Sunning Rocks belong to? I believe that Sunning Rocks belongs to RiverClan, which because hear me out. I First of all, the misconception that RiverClan only wanted the rocks to sun on them is exactly that. It's a misconception. If you reread the first arc, even if you just read the prologue, but if you read the arc, you read what actually happened there and everything, it's very clear RiverClan wants it for hunting grounds just as much as ThunderClan does, and ThunderClan makes the claim that, well, RiverClan paws are just too big to fit between the rocks, so they can't hunt there. Which, I think that's an unfair stereotype. Clearly, they can't hunt there, and they had been for generations. They agreed that the river was the border. Even if the river
Mad
changes
because their
course,
paws are big.
yeah, but the river changed course. If the river had changed course and cut half through RiverClan territory, it wouldn't have been fair for them to take that whole thing. the border, as it was agreed upon, the agreed upon border was the river where it was currently running. It should have been redrawn and revisited when the river changed course, but I think Sunning Rocks belongs to RiverClan. Anyone else?
Too, and I took that quiz. I took that quiz that told me I was ThunderClan, so I think now we have
Wow.
to fight to the death.
Yeah, I think we do.
I took the quiz and got Shadow Clan. Obviously that means I'm evil. We all knew this.
Yeah.
So
Shadow Clan, hoorah.
Shadow Clan, hoorah! So now I will be installing plots at random into shared spaces to make things explode. Just a heads up.
To answer Call Me Lemon's question, here's the other thing about Sunning Rocks. Before the river changed course, Sunning Rocks was in the middle of the river. So only RiverClan could have accessed it anyway. So it's always been theirs. ThunderClan never had any claim to it, nor would they want to, and then the river changes course, and suddenly they're like, prime real estate. No. It was RiverClan's for generations. It belongs to RiverClan. Shadow Wolf wants to know who is everyone's favorite character. Sorry guys, the chat's moving really fast. I'm trying to keep up. My favorite character, I'll do a top 3. Blue Star, Brightheart, and Dovewing. Anyone else want to answer? Guys, this should not just be me talking. You guys can answer.
I love Cinderpelt. She's so cool.
I was thinking. I haven't read Warrior Cats. Like, whenever I read Warrior Cats as a kid, I was never thinking about it in terms of, like, who's my favorite character. I was always just thinking about, like, my OCs. Like, what would I be like if I was in Warrior Cats, you know? Which is maybe a little self-centered of me, but, you could, like, smaller.
Yeah.
Cinderpelt a little shorter. She was in the rough.
Who do we get? Who have we gained? Hi, Casey! Guys, our amazing concept director is here. You guys, we have our concept director here. We have our sound director and composer here. We have one of our screenwriters, well, 2 of our screenwriters.
Yeah.
We have voice actor. We got everyone. Everyone's here. It's gonna be fun.
It's our anniversary. Why wouldn't we be here?
Okay. We were wondering, will only canon ships exist in the series or also fanon ships? There's gonna be, because we're not like, this is by no means a word for word, everything's exactly as it is in canon version of this story. We're definitely changing some things, and so as a result, there's gonna be some different relationships and that kind of thing, but it's not gonna be anything earth-shattering, I promise. I hope not. I don't know. I won't promise that, but...
We're pouring in.
As they should.
Look at her
Hi,
go.
Playzone. Firestar, Blue Star, Ivy Pool, all good choices.
Very good. These are all correct.
Yeah, these are good choices. How do you not, I mean, like, even if, you know, he has his shortcomings in his writing, but how do you not like Firestar? That's Mr. Warrior Cats himself.
Yeah, he's the main character material.
I remember the dark days on the Warrior Cats fan forums where everyone was like, "We hate Firestar. He's a goody two
I mean,
shoes."
I have my issues with Firestar, and I've grown so much more fond of him, rereading and also writing for him, so definitely my opinion has changed, but, you know, he's just like, you can't hate him. That's Mr. Warrior Cats.
I love you say whenever you're like, "Oh, I have my issues with this character," I'm like, it's a kitty cat. This is Fires. This is who you have issues with. Oh my god, why is TV paint?
Goth doodle, goth doodle.
Oh.
The art style for the
Have
series
issues
is
with
really
him.
beautiful. Thank you. Oh, he's just a guy.
They're
The guy
How
with
could
the
you
thoughts
hate
in his
them?
head.
He's Orange Cat. He's the Orange Cat.
He is.
fine.
One might say.
Oh, I also really like Longtail. Longtail's great.
I love Longtail. He deserved so much better.
Oof, the
Also,
swill
Phoenix.
slander in the chat is hurting me. Jeez.
Well, you know, that was a very, very common opinion to have back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean,
Back in the day.
pretty much everyone. This is Cinderpaw. She's so
Currently,
cute.
Yeah.
I
I've never
love
really
her
done
design.
before, so I don't know if I've done a broad model. Also, I don't know if this is the,
Hers
like,
is one of my
final
favorite
approved
designs for
side
sure.
view.
Did you say you need like another model of her? Or
Oh, I was just saying, I'm not sure if this is like, I don't know, we haven't done like a ton of her model sheet yet, right? Because she's
No,
not
we
really
haven't.
like present in episode 1.
Except as a baby.
Goo goo.
a
Got
little
baby.
bab.
So I don't think we have like a ton of like finalized material for her, so I don't know if this head shape is gonna be like, or this, I guess, like specific side view is gonna be the one that we stick with.
I mean, yeah, you're right. She is still going through the developmental phase where like we have sketches of her here and there, but like still needs more work.
Yeah, Kate did a walk cycle of her a while ago that I watched again last night, and I was like, I'm gonna take a crack at it too, because she's like really difficult to.
Well,
Like,
she's gonna
more-
require a lot. She's gonna end up needing a lot of movement guides just because of the nature of her disability. Someone was asking, can we get a sneak peek today? You kind of will. I mean, in a bit, our animation director will be on, and she'll be animating a shot from our first episode. So yeah, you'll be getting that. We're looking forward to that.
Yes. Gonna be some live animating going on soon.
Man, those warrior cats sure are animated.
Yeah, guys, I know it's super tempting to I know it's super tempting to ask for a release date. I know you're all waiting very patiently, and we really, really appreciate it. But I promise you, on my life, when we have a release date, we will let you guys know.
Entering
AJ is an unpopular opinion. It was kind of the, you know. He's kind of there to be hated.
Who's there to be hated?
Tiger Star.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Connor.
Hello.
Guys, we have Ravenpaw and Lionheart here.
Hey yo. Hi, Connor.
2 and 1.
Hello, hello.
To Cinderpelt or Devwing. Yes, both of them. They're both lovely. But Devwing's one of my favorites. Cinderpelt I also
love him. He's awesome.
How's your thoughts on Silverstream? She's the best. I love her. She's great.
We love Silverstream. How long will the episode be? It's a little over 35 minutes. It's a good length. Have you ever thought of making Wings of Fire? That's really funny you say that. I actually, also direct Animated Wings, which is a similar project, but based on Wings of Fire. And I have several members of that team in here too, and they are the best, and I adore them. We have one of our voice actors from that here. We have designers and animators and our compositor and our composer, like just lots of great people. That's also a great project.
Sure, most of the Animated Wings team is also here.
Also here, and that's my
pretty
fault.
much.
Colin dragged you kicking and screaming to Warrior Cat Land.
You're like twinning.
String beans, will we doing any more design contests? Yes. I have a few more ideas for which characters. My goal is to be able to do one contest per episode. So our first one was Mousefur, who appears, obviously her first appearance is episode 1. So, and then, the other one was the ShadowClan Elders, which was Nightpelt, Dawncloud, and Ashfur of ShadowClan. And so that's our episode 2, and then I have a plan for like going forward. So yeah, no, I definitely want to do more of those. Opinions on Crooked Star. We love Crooked Star. He's great. I miss him. Here's an exclusive tidbit. Douglas wants to know when the next casting call will be. Very soon. Very soon. I promise.
Just wait.
And the next call for writers, we'll see.
I'm so excited for Maybe we'll see a little of that soon too.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Very excited.
One can only hope.
Who are all the... We have over 150 animators. With the artists, it comes to over 200, so I can't list them all, but we do have, if you go down to the description of this video, if you go to our card, our website, WCAnimated.card.co, it'll take you to a document that lists the team members, which I actually think I need to update, but most of them are there. April animates. I would audition, but I don't have a good mic or anything. As our friend Colt here always reminds us, whenever someone says something like this, Colt is one of our voice actors. I think Connor will confirm the same. Having a space that, having a space to record in is actually more important than your mic. You can use a phone mic and sound pretty decent if you have the right space. So go in a closet, throw a blanket over your head.
Just remember to take a breath.
Yeah.
And probably bring a fan in there with you.
The fan would be pretty loud.
Oh. Play it when you're not recording. There you go.
In between takes, just make sure that you don't play the fan while you're talking.
Oh no!
Just really quickly click the button on and off.
I remember I got a Spotted Leaf audition where I heard the person's cat the entire time, like meowing, and I was like, "Girl, she wants to audition too. Give her the mic."
That was Spotted Leaf. That was Spotted Leaf herself coming.
Yes.
It's like you don't need to look any further. I am here.
Oh, Sharkito Games just asked an interesting question. Did YouTube add a dubbing feature where you can replace the audio track with another language?
What?
Well, that'd be so cool.
Did it?
Audio track on YouTube, so you can add a dub to the original video. That's huge.
Let me.
That's a dub, but like W.
That's a dub.
I have not heard that.
As
Did
far as
YouTube add something useful?
yeah, that would be crazy. That would be huge for us. We actually have like a dub of our Fire Alone. I know it's one line, but we have a dub of the Fire Alone teaser that I've been meaning to upload in Spanish. But
it's a thing.
We can add another audio track. That would be awesome. But to answer that, we are going to definitely have subtitles in different languages, and we'll be putting out applications for translators. Yes, if you would like to help with a Swedish dub, when we put out translator applications, please apply. I would love to see it in Swedish. I know about 6 words in Swedish, but still. Regardless, I would love to do dubs if it's feasible, if we're able to get enough voice actors together of these different languages. Absolutely would love to. Definitely subtitles.
Subtitles.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's awesome. I can't believe YouTube did that.
I can't believe it either.
So cool.
YouTube usually only adds kind of pointless or not helpful things.
Yeah, the whole removing the ability to use ad block, and right along the same time they do that.
Equivalent exchange.
Star.
Yeah.
Star JM. We actually have at least one Brazilian team member here, so we'll definitely have Brazilian Portuguese subs, and there are Brazilian Warriors fans. There's Brazilian Warriors animators, so y'all are heard. You are represented here. Yes, there will. I have a list of the languages that I'm confident I can get. Japanese is on there. Russian is on there. Ukrainian is on there. Romanian is on there. Chinese, Mandarin. Lots of stuff. Lots of languages. German, for sure. Polish. Korean. We have yearly for the Korean translation.
Spanish.
What our program is being used right now. Casey Gothfrog is currently using TV Paint. It is a very good animation program to use. It's a one-time purchase kind of program. I use it myself. I prefer it way more than Toon Boom, mostly because I was taught on it first, and I just like how
it really
more
depends.
simple it is.
Toon Boom's great, but it's a lot more expensive.
So expensive.
It's so expensive, especially if you're like not a student. Like I got it for free when I was still at SVA, but I am not anymore, so I can't afford it unless I'm like working on it. Like right now, I have access to Toon Boom Storyboard Pro because I work on a TV show that allows me access to that. Like I work as a storyboard revisionist. But I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so Toon Boom is great for like, it's great for a lot of things. You can use it for pretty much any kind of animation, but it's really good for rigged stuff. So like Bluey, like Hilda. You guys have any other examples of rigged? Blank.
My mind wants to immediately go to Johnny Test. I don't know if.
Everyone is asking about their respective languages. Here's the best part, guys. If it is a language you speak, if it is a language you can translate, we can do it, because we'll be reaching out to you guys and reaching out to the community to find translators. So if it's something you can translate, it can be there.
Ravenclaw
yeah,
is so gargled. He's so...
What's gargled?
He's so schmombled.
You know?
Ravenpaw?
Yeah, there's something going on.
Who is?
Oh, let him be.
I'm not saying that in a mean way.
Ravenpaw. You gonna take this? You gonna take that, Ravenpaw?
Why am I schmarbled?
He's like got something going on, you know? It's like the Sesame thing, but not malicious.
Why would you say malicious?
Oh, Sesame's malicious. You know this. You've seen her.
Indeed.
I mean, yes, but I hope for better. But
I don't.
She is who she is, and she is best.
I hope she can improve.
I don't. It's really
behavior.
Someone is asking, can all my artists answer, who is your favorite character of ours to draw? I draw Blue Star a lot. I'm not very good at it, but I nail Silverstream in the WCA style, so I actually really like drawing her now. And Brightheart, naturally. But, artists, can I hear from you?
I'm I'm a fan
Bright
of
Heart's my
Spotted
top
Leaf
pick, top
character,
10.
unsurprisingly.
Casey Gothfrog, you said Spotted Leaf. Casey
Yeah.
Sketches, you said Bright Heart and...
Or my top pick.
Yes.
And also Blue Star, too.
Oh, you're so
I've
good
not
for
heard
that.
them.
I
I've
like
not heard
trust
them
you.
most since being on this project, so.
Yes to Greek dubbed or subs. If we can get the help we need, then yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, String Beans, you drew Hawkfrost in our style, didn't you? I remember that. That was really great. It was really cool to see him. Have we decided on a Scourge design? No.
He's like way in the future.
Quite there yet, but his
Not
color
there
will be
yet.
beautiful if I have anything to say about it, and I do.
I mean, you have final say on this, so.
If his design is going to be anything like the rest of the designs the team has created, I'm sure you guys are going to be in for a really cool treat.
Yeah. What do we think Swift Paw's warrior name would have been? I like Swift Claw, but I think maybe it would have been Swift Tail after his mentor, maybe.
I like that.
Or Swift Run if we're
I
talking
always-
about, like, not the bird, but the other kind of Swift.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid,
I
didn't know
just tried
types
to.
of bird.
Yeah, no, I think he was named after the bird, but he also could have been named because, you know, I don't know. But I like Swiftwing. Will it be free? Yeah, it'll be just here on YouTube, so definitely free to access. Unless
Probably not
something
allowed to
changes and
profit off of it.
Netflix gives us a call.
Ravenpaw's so schmarbled.
Marble.
There's something going on with him. I feel like you pick him up and he keeps going.
It's the evil thoughts.
I don't know.
It's
he's
just-
not evil.
it's
He's
this
just not that
trauma.
way.
Do any of our animators use rough
It's not
animator?
trauma.
I know at least one animator uses rough animator.
That's an iPad app, right?
Yeah,
Right,
it's
whatever.
apparently it's pretty intuitive, but animation hurts my brain. So
Mine
I'm
too.
excited
I'm
for
doing it
Procreate
right now.
Dreams, but
Oh, great dreams.
how
hard.
many episodes will there be? The plan is for 12. We'll see how much Forest of Secrets upends all my plans.
Crying.
Thank you for making that, Neko. Hi, Alyssa. I'm obligated to say hi because I see you everywhere. You're like biggest fan since day one. You comment on all our stuff, always in the comments and the replies. It's great.
Ugh, I just want to grab Cinder's head and squish it. She's got a very
You
squishy
would
head.
do that to her?
Yes, I
Gently.
would.
It's her
Gently.
birthday.
You could.
Okay,
She's
I
just
mean,
a kitty cat.
I would be gently, but I can't help it. Just look at her. She just makes you want to be cute, aggressive. She has the Ivy
share-
effect.
It is
I
her
should share my
birthday.
squishy dark stripes.
She's got
It is
the
her
Ivy
happy
effect.
birthday, and you're gonna squish her.
Yes, that is my birthday gift to her, violence.
When it becomes your birthday, watch out.
String Beans, we are all excited for the graphic novels. Very excited.
Her head is like bouncing around a little bit.
That's okay. She's allowed.
She's got all that energy. Why wouldn't she bounce her head around all happy like?
Listening
It's
to Bowling
not
for Soup will do that to
following
you.
arcs.
Applin is wondering, will we be leaving out some background characters? There are a ton of characters. There are a ton of characters, and I think that's one of the main challenges when you're adapting something like Warriors. They're not gone. They're just like there are characters who I will admit 100%. You'll see them, but they're not going to be. They're literally extras. They're not. They're not like
Important.
named at this point. They're just there. And if you're a fan of Warriors, you'll know who they are. But otherwise, they're just kind of there, you know?
They won't be speaking, so.
Imagine having to try and find voice actors for every single background character in Warrior Cats. Oh god.
Sky Warrior C. As soon as I get over my fear of Tumblr, the full character sheets will start becoming available.
Why are you scared of Tumblr?
Because
there's so much.
Tumbling.
I have not touched Tumblr in years, and I don't remember how it works.
They've changed a lot. Like I still have my Tumblr account, but I don't use it anymore. And even if I want to go in and use it, they've like changed the format. They've changed like how you customize and other stuff that I'm like, I'm already not good with like web design. Don't change all that much from what I could vaguely understand. It's like, no.
Do you have any tips for hosting a project like this? Don't start with something this big, ever. For sure. Spreadsheets are your best friend. That's my main thing. But I love spreadsheets. But yeah, just
wonderful.
organization and being proactive will be your best friends with something like this.
And
Yeah.
research on how the animation pipeline works, because a lot of people start these projects with no knowledge of how to run a project in any regard, and it gets messy very fast. Start small, find people who know what they're doing to help you, and be ready for an uphill battle, because it's very difficult.
Yeah, definitely start with something like a short film. Like I think most of not all of us, but I think a lot of us here have done like map parts and short films and like assignments, you know, beyond this. Like I've done like 3 or 4 films. Like I've worked in the animation industry for a couple of years. And I think a lot of, not that you have to be a professional to start, but like it helps to like at least do some research or like have experience, because if you mess up on a smaller project and like have to, you know, throw your work away, it hurts less than if you mess up on like, you know, a 30-minute epic.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and a smaller project's more likely to get done, just in general.
Also true.
By sheer numbers, and so it's better to start small.
I don't know if it's still the same way, but at least when I was first getting into animation, it was kind of a rite of passage to make and then inevitably not be able to make a full series by yourself, you know? Like get super excited about something and then all of a sudden be like, oh, wait a minute. A single person can't animate 10 like 30-minute episodes like I wanted. So it's definitely important to kind of work your way up to that kind of thing. That's not to say don't be ambitious, just like, you know, it's important to not hold it against yourself if you don't finish a huge project like that, because it's a learning process of managing expectations and timelines and just realizing how much goes into something beyond the initial concept, you know?
You can be ambitious and still be realistic.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for all the anniversary wishes. Yeah.
I just want to poke Cinder's paws. They're so tiny.
She's cute. Also, Warrior Cats Animated has the advantage of being a fan project. It's difficult to get people on board to help with like an original thing.
Well, and this isn't even just a fan project. This is a fan project based on what I would say is the biggest and most thriving animation fandom of any media, like, ever. Like, so I remember talking to someone about, you know, a fan project, and they're like, oh, like, how do you build a team and that kind of thing, and I was like, don't expect it to be like this, because
it's an anomaly.
it has a huge precedent of animators and of that kind of thing. So don't expect, you know, this level of
dedication,
interest for literally any other fandom, because you won't find it. Warriors is an anomaly in that sense.
Statistically, the amount of animators that the Warrior Cats community has produced is like
insane.
kind of crazy.
This fight is so crazy. I mean, like, I know the internet and like lots of people just really love cats and such, but just like there's just something about this story, this fandom, just it really clicks all your creative juices, and it just really wants you to, like, or it really inspires you to want to create something, and it's so cool, and it's definitely, you don't see this kind of love or creativity happening with any fandom community going on. It's so crazy. It's like it's full on 100% an anomaly, which is wonderful.
Every time I mention it to people who don't know about it, I'm like, okay, so imagine there's this book series for children about cats living in the woods. Now, imagine there are hundreds of extremely talented animators who dedicate hours of their time to drawing this kitty cat for no discernible reason other than they just like it. And now imagine that I am one of these animators. But no, it's fun. It kind of does baffle me sometimes, because like I like Warrior Cats. I would not be here if I did not like Warrior Cats. But I'm also like, why is Warrior Cats the thing that gets this amount of
attention?
Also, hi. I've been trying to keep up with the chat, but hi, Tiger Claw. Guys, Tiger Claw's here.
Oh,
we got Tiger Claw prowling in the chat.
Hey yo.
Cooking something.
Hi, Tiger Claw.
I have to drop it.
Tiger Claw, do you have a message to the fans?
His audio's cutting off.
Yeah.
Tiger Claw is being silenced.
Wow.
This is so sad.
No.
I wish the people here could hear what our voice sessions are like, you know, with all the voice actors, the
so
table reads. Like, it's just so fun to listen to the voice actors read the lines like that.
I enjoyed it.
And all the bloopers we get out of it.
So many blooper material.
We're gonna have
so many
inside jokes. Sure.
We really need a blooper reel.
That'd be fun for animation practice. Like a practice assignment before we like really get into the thick of things.
No, I can make that happen.
Animate this blooper.
No, I love Cinder's little paws.
I want to poke them. I bet they're also
Watch out,
squishy.
Casey.
Who's gonna me?
Me.
Two Casey's.
Challenge accepted.
I was like,
More
what did
will
I
happen.
do?
Oh, you've done nothing yet.
Yet.
Yeah, I say yet specifically just in case you do something.
Kate's
never be
got
too
Kate's
sure.
got their eye on all us Casey's.
No spoilers, but Casey Gothfrog has filled a kitty cat tippy tap quota for the episode, so don't worry.
Casey Gothfrog, a legend amongst all. Too good.
I just like drawing cats.
Casey Gothfrog, amazing artist, animator, and person to know.
Aw.
We're putting her in compliment jail.
No.
Compliment jail.
So you're gonna take all these compliments and you're gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
Because you deserve every last one of them, and then more.
Aw.
Because you're amazing.
Yes.
Thanks. Actually, on that note, I need to take like 5 minutes to stir my chicken broth, veggie broth. So give me like 2 seconds.
Veggie broth.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Thank you. I agree. The art style is so pretty. I love it. I'm not
It's very
biased.
fun to draw. It's very fun and it's very addicting to draw because it's just the shapes and the designs. Yes.
Any plans for animated shorts or showing behind the scenes stuff? Yes, there are plans. Thank you, Aesthetic Leopard. Bye, thank you for coming.
I'm back. My broth has not burned or anything. We are all good.
Burned broth does not taste as good.
I want Cinder
Well, you used to have to
be
check her
purple.
often.
So that's an interesting... I know it's like obviously very normal comment here and kind of an offhand comment. I want Cinder to be purple. She's I mean, I guess she's more blue than purple, but it was something that was explored. But the thing is, Yellowfang is very purple, and because they're together so often, you can't have both of them be very close in color. So, it's kind of an interesting little note about that. The software is TV Paint.
TV Paint, my beloved.
To answer Joanna's question, are multiple people working on this animation or just one, and the other focuses on the editing and voice actors? If we had just one person animating this, I think they would probably kill me. Like,
oh yeah, that's
and in the most painful way possible, because that would be an unrealistic expectation. We have a little over 100 animators who work on this. We also have concept artists and character designers, and yes, we have voice actors and people on sound and all whole pipeline going on here. The series is a combination of cell and computer animations, kind of like Disney in the early 90s. No, this is all digital, though in our upcoming casting call, one of the characters in that casting call, initial animation was done on paper. So that's a fun fact.
What? Hello.
It's a whole orchestra going on.
Can you also hear me? My Discord says my connection is being weird. Oh, there we go.
We can hear you crystal clear.
Well, you'll just have to see which characters are in the casting call and see if you can figure it out.
Right answer.
Should just be.
So excited for my
Oh, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Everyone is so nice. How many episodes? 12 episodes is the plan.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Seb. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So I've got a question. So if voice actors are allowed to ask questions.
Anyone's allowed to ask questions.
Kevin, you're very quiet. Can you turn
Yeah.
is your gain down?
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, is this better?
Yes, better.
Talk again?
Much.
All right. My question is, over the anniversary, since the project began, what has changed the most significant about, what has gotten you, or what have you learned the most over the last couple of years?
Oh, that's a really good question. What? Okay.
He's still a little quiet on my end, but yeah.
Definitely, I was putting my ear.
Tiny bit.
But
King.
hi, King. Guys, our animation director is here. Yippee!
King is here. King is here. All hail King.
Hello, King.
The king has returned. I'll probably do another Q&A on the Instagram sometime soon. I feel like that's a little overdue. But this live stream will be available afterwards if you want to watch back. But I will do my best to make sure this information gets out. We have an FAQ on our card, which is linked in the description here. But to answer Kevin's question, this project definitely reignited my love for this series in a really big way. I think I remember really vividly when the first teaser was completed, because that was like we're onto something here. Like this can actually be a thing. This can happen.
We got something cooking.
That was a really, really special moment in the production for me, and it's hard to say just one thing because I have learned so much about so many things that I didn't get all this exposure to before. I pretty much learned from this team basically every day, especially from my fellow directors, and just it's a really, really a joy and a privilege, and I love you guys. I've met some of my best friends through this project, and I appreciate you guys so much.
We adore you so much. We have learned just as much from you, and I say this 100 times, and I mean it every time. This project would not be where it is without you.
Thank you.
We love you too.
With
compliment revenge.
The past 3 years have been hard for literally everyone, I think. And they've definitely been really hard for me. And it may sound dramatic, but I don't know that I would be here still if it were not for this project and the people that it has brought me to. And I just am so blessed to be a part of it. Sorry, that's like a really cheesy and not really an answer to your question, but I hope that's good enough.
We're here for the cheese.
You're here for the emotional vulnerability.
We love you, team. I probably wouldn't be here if not for this project either, so. This project's been a source of joy for a lot of us.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're very, very excited to finish the first episode and get it out to everyone so we can show everyone the labor of love that this has been.
Indeed.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this so far.
King!
King again?
Say something, King.
Can you hear us now, King?
King?
King in the room with us now.
I think King just doesn't want to talk to us.
No, Undead King.
Oh, I love this question.
Every time.
Is asking, how did you guys manage to get McLeod Andrews in the voice cast? I love when we get comments. They're like, oh my gosh, you guys got him. You got McLeod Andrews. It's like I showed up to his house and threw him in a sack and threw him over my shoulder and dragged him to Warrior Cat's headquarters.
And that's exactly what happened. I don't know what you mean.
That's definitely what happened. That's how I got here, so I assume that's how everyone did.
You have to imagine me concussed, and listening to auditions, and I started one that was under a completely innocuous name, completely different name. Like I had no idea, and it starts with like, "Hi, this is McLeod. I'm the narrator for the Warrior Cats audiobooks, and I saw this project and it looks really cool, so I'd love to audition. So here's my audition for Smudge." And I was like, "What?" So we didn't quote unquote get him. He auditioned. He found us somehow and auditioned completely of his own free will, and we're very, very lucky to have him. He's a bunch of fun and extremely skilled and talented, of course.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let's go, King.
Alright, let's see. She doesn't have a tail yet, but let's see how this cinder pelt looks.
It looks amazing, so.
Thank you. Make her second hop a little bit. Announced that she's hopping.
Douglas is asking what characters still need to be cast. So right now we have cast Gray Paw, Fire Paw, Blue Star, Spotted Leaf, Lionheart, Smudge, Tiger Claw, Longtail, Sandstorm, Sandpaw, Dustpaw, Ravenpaw, Yellowfang, and White Storm. All of their characters have not been cast. So, and not every single character that's in the book will speak. I'm not doing that. But there's still a lot of characters that for the future. We have another casting call coming up soon. That contains 6 characters, and very, very excited for that. But definitely plenty more opportunities for voice acting.
Did we lose King again?
Hi.
Alyssa is asking if I may ask, would you say you have enough voices currently for episode 1? Yeah, we have all the parts except 1 cast for, well, I guess 2 technically, but yeah, I guess there's 2 that are at the very end of episode 1 that will be cast in this next round. But episode 1 is pretty much good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone's asking us how we feel about the updated Ultimate Guide for Warrior Cats. Especially the artwork.
Maybe, okay. What are my opinions on that? You should follow my Twitter.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
not great.
I have some thoughts for sure. Definitely have some thoughts. Soupy, I know you have some thoughts as well. We're having thoughts.
What happened?
So, thoughts are being had.
I have no thoughts. My head is completely empty.
I missed it. What happened?
King, you can hear us.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
my phone, so it's gonna be weird.
Yay! Hi.
I'm here.
Hi, King.
Yay, King.
But basically, someone's asking about the new art for the updated Ultimate Guide.
Yeah, I heard that part. I just don't know what it is that happened. Like what?
Oh,
what's the new
it's
art?
just not. It's not. It's just. I'll
It's
send you
not.
one, and I'll
Okay.
be the judge.
It's a choice. The art is a choice.
Oh boy.
Choices were made for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely some choices.
Choices were made, things were decided for various reasons, apparently.
So you know how you have like all these like ready to send.
Yeah, well, they're not very far up in my camera roll, but because these kind of just came out. There be any guest voice actors for the cats? I don't know what you mean by like a guest voice actor, but I'm not sure exactly what the question there is. Or it depends, I guess, how you define a guest voice actor. Yeah, King.
Popular
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah.
I wonder if they look. I don't know. This art is like they always go with hyper realistic cats or an attempt at hyper realistic cats, and like
from a guy who doesn't know how to draw cats.
Well, have they seen the art that the fandom's making? Like almost nobody does this in the fandom. Like a few people do, but it's mostly like hyper stylized. Like I don't know. Like
Or even
maybe
the
think about what your fans actually want out of their illustrations.
King, have you seen this?
Let's see. Yeah, yes, I'm very excited about this. Don't you remember I posted the little
Yeah, you were
or whatever?
I don't even know why. Of course you did.
The boof. I'm so excited. I love the style of this. It's really great.
What is your best advice to beginner artists or animators? King, you start this one.
Oh,
now that we have
advice to beginner artists or animators. Oh gosh. Draw every day would be my default. Honestly, I've grown a lot as an artist and animator the most when I work on projects like Warrior Guts or any other animated project where I have to follow somebody else's style and there's guidelines and I'm being forced to draw in a certain way. Versus just, I'm just going to draw in my style all the time and just do whatever I want. Because if I'm forced to draw for someone else, then suddenly it matters what it looks like. I can't just decide, well, I like how this looks and I'm done. It's like, no, this doesn't look right because it doesn't look like what they asked for. And so it's almost like, having a job in a way and being forced to, it helps you grow if you're drawing something that's challenging. And then you can't just get away with, well, I don't feel like drawing that right now. It's like, oh no, I said I would do it. So it forces you to finish things. But yeah, I would say draw every day. I'm a big proponent of life drawing. I used to do it on the bus when I rode a bus, but you can also go to a park or Just if your family's around or your friends, you could draw them, or if you have a pet. Draw by copying. There's nothing wrong with copying. It's not stealing if you're using it as a learning exercise. Obviously, if you draw Mickey Mouse, you can't then post it and say, this is my original character, Mickey Mouse, that I drew. But you can say, hey, look, I'm drawing Mickey Mouse, and I wanted to practice him, and he's really fun to draw. And you can kind of do that with every character. I guess some people online might get a little butthurt if you do it with their characters. I don't know, people who aren't as famous as Mickey Mouse. But in general, you don't have to worry about being like, people gonna think I'm stealing. Usually people are honored if you draw their characters, especially if you see it as a gift. You post and go, hey, I wanted to draw so-and-so's cool character. They're usually just thrilled. But, yeah. And there's a lot of online resources, so go check them out. It's Toniko Pantoja on YouTube. Is anyone in the chat that can type that out? Adam? Are we on?
What
YouTube,
is it?
right? Toniko Pantoja.
I need you
I know
to type
that's
that.
kind of I know it's kind of a weird name, so but if you go to his YouTube channel, he's got a ton of stuff. Pixie Gags, of course, has a lot of really great tutorials. Yeah. And there's lots of people online. Once you start following them, you'll start seeing other people pop up. Erin Blaze, of course. I don't think I have to write that out, but I will. All these
Here's a
people
great
have
one.
all these people have great courses that you can buy, but if you're also just broke and can't afford anything, you can go on their YouTube channel and they have a lot of stuff for free. So you don't have to pay to start learning this stuff. Out of those, I would definitely highly recommend Toniko Pantoja's animation course. I've actually looked through it and it's amazing and very detailed. It's very like, do this, now do this. But I think Erin Blaze tends to have more sales on his stuff. And of course, he's worked for Disney, so his stuff is just really great anyway. So if you're looking for an actual course to begin, I would say either of those guys are really good.
Thank you, King.
Oh, and anybody out there, I always offer this, and I actually have a surprisingly few number of people who actually take me up on it. I am always happy to give people feedback on their work. So if you're somebody new, even if you don't know me or you don't follow me or anything, like you just show up one day and go, hey, I want to animate, help. Like just send me a DM or I don't know, just get in touch with me somehow or even just if you can't DM me because of whatever, I don't know how Twitter works anymore. But if you're having trouble, you can just tag me or, post it and tag me and I'll come look at it and just ask for help because feedback is a really great way to learn. But I know it can be hard to find people out there who are willing to take their time. But I love doing that stuff and not enough people ask me for it. So go for it.
Same goes for me with compositing. My DMs on Twitter are I don't know if they're open, but I will accept message requests for people who want feedback with compositing stuff. I'm always happy to help teach and give feedback on this because compositing is a part of the animation process that not many people really learn about until just kind of randomly later on because it's not something that's actively taught.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a fantastic resource too. Because you're right. It's harder to find like compositors out there.
Yeah, a lot of compositing resources are in Japanese, which does not help.
Oh man.
Also, King, no pressure, but if you want to keep trying to figure out what's going on with your sound so that you can stream.
Well, so I'm on my phone and I'm able to hear you guys, but I can probably stream through my computer and then just listen through my phone. So if we want to give that I don't know if it's going to give me guff about being on voice chat.
I'm not sure you can because you can't be on voice chat in 2 different places.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me hop off and I'll try fiddling with it again.
Well,
I'm not really sure
you don't
what's
have
going
to
on.
if you want to, because there's test things in the settings. You don't have to leave. I was just saying if you want to keep working to figure it out.
I keep trying to. Okay. Although then I have to put my headphones over my earbuds, which is put them both on and see how it works.
Alexander Mark saying we need an Irish actress. I agree. There are a number of characters that I read Irish, including Barley and Cinderpaw and Speckletail. But yeah, definitely. Okay, here's a question for our compositors. On the topic of compositing, can you talk about what compositing really is and any tips you have?
So, compositing is not composing. That's apparently a common misconception. We have nothing to do with music, and everything to do with basically. So animators make animation, VFX artists make VFX, background artists make backgrounds. We're the ones who take everything everyone else has made visually and put it together, and then we apply additional effects, color corrections, lighting adjustments to make it all blend in like it's one cohesive image instead of, characters pasted onto a background. It sounds simple, but it can get very crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I really like whenever it feels like whenever we when we release teasers and stuff, Neko always does these kind of before and after things with compositing, and those are really cool and kind of give you some insight as to what it is.
You think it's possible to link one of those before and afters?
Yeah. I'm trying to find it.
It should be in the behind the scenes channel. I know there's the one from the first teaser in there.
Yeah, but I can't link it from the Discord. I have to find it on your Twitter and link it.
Oh, right. That's true.
I'm scrolling back. I'll find it.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Sorry, my Twitter's a mess.
Yes, hi.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
I fixed it. I don't know what I did, but this time it worked.
Yay!
Hi, everyone say hi. I know King was here earlier, but say hi, everyone. This is our animation director, King Cabbage.
Hi, guys.
King of Cabbages.
Hi again, King.
Remember that really fun tidbit I mentioned about how one of our casting call animations was started on paper? That's because King is the coolest ever.
This is true. This is a fact.
It was becoming a problem. But it was so nice while I was able to do it.
Ah, look at her go!
He's running.
She's making her way downtown.
Walking fast. Well, walking at a reasonable pace, I think.
Yes.
I would call this a reasonable pace.
All my voice claims for the characters are now our voice actors. And then there's a lot where it's just like, I don't know, the voice I read it with in my head when I read the books. And it's not necessarily a specific person.
It's just whatever feels right.
Yeah. Someone's like, what's your voice? What voice do you imagine? I think Colt was like, oh, well, like, what voice do you imagine Brightheart with? And I'm like, the voice I read her with. I don't really know what to say.
Hee hee.
Poor Scott.
Nefarious, hee hee.
Oh god, just for one minor thing that to notice is Cinder's paws are the same color as, are they dark? Yeah, they're dark. They're like the same color as like her mask and tail.
Oh, like her toes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is not on this. Who did this one?
Not. I think that was Kate that drew this.
It's so adorable.
It's adorable, but it's missing her dark toes.
Kate, are you here?
No, Kate had to. Or wait.
I know, but Kate's in the call.
I think Kate said they had to step out. Or
yes, there are casting calls coming in the relatively near future.
Oh my! It's Neko.
What?
It's you cut off right at the end. It was like some like I like silenced you.
Oh no! It's okay. That was just actually. It's okay, everyone. Tune was just slitting my throat. Just silencing confidential information.
Will characters cry? Will characters cry during sad scenes? I know realistically cats don't usually cry the way people do, but a lot of fan art does depict crying similar to humans. This is something we've actually had really in-depth conversations about, and something that I have gone really back and forth on, because I really think what's important to me is selling the acting. If we need tears to do that, I don't care what cats can realistically do. Those cats are gonna cry. But, you know, if we can sell that acting without tears, then, you know, that's the thing, is that, and that's coming from me as, you know, I guess I'm a writer and or director first, but and a cat enthusiast second. But yeah, for me, it's about what serves the story, not what's realistic. There's nothing realistic about the series, so realism be damned.
Shrugging. If they can shrug, they can cry.
Oh my gosh, we have so many like fun little images of people trying to figure out how that even works.
Right.
Let's just set all of the sad scenes in the rain, so it looks like they're crying, and we don't actually have to answer the question about whether they can or not.
I think outside the box.
Wait, that's the wrong color.
Get the cat out of the box.
Probably go back and add frames to this walk cycle because I don't think it has quite enough to really sell motion. I know my time is coming to an end.
Healthcare. Casey is drawing Cinderpaw.
This is another kind of movement test for Cinderpaw, kind of figuring out her walk cycle, since hers will obviously be very unique compared to others. Oh, I love her design so much. She's so cute.
She's so cute.
She's huggable.
This is
she's squishable.
Kitty cat.
Oh, Alexander sees the vision. He just said that he sees her as a little Irish daughter. I'm like, yes, she is Irish.
Yep. Irish Cinder.
Irish.
I really need to know where did you get this Cinder, Casey Gothfrog?
This one? I looked up Cinder has image in the Discord.
Oh, that's smart.
I did Cinder Pelt at first and Cinderpaw, but I didn't see.
Oh, it's Lily who designed. It's Lily who designed Cinder. Okay, that helps.
Oh, so you were asking like where
I just
got the.
I would love to have this on this character sheet. I just need to get Lily to darken those paws.
Well, there she is.
Find that very funny how whenever someone's coloring Cinderpaw, the paws aren't very Cinder-like, or it's always the paws that always.
That's how you remember. You have to imagine she stepped in soot.
Aww,
that's super cute.
That keeps happening.
Clyde's has you repped real cats with only 3 working legs. The references are kind of few and far between, so we do try to reference when we can. But
oh my gosh, y'all wouldn't believe the discussions we've had about this. Like,
oh, I know.
So where exactly is her leg damaged, and does that mean that so is her hip working or not? That affects the walk. Like, it's just, we go back to the book. Like, okay, when it says she got injured, like what part of her leg exactly? Because that affects which muscle. Okay, is the muscle gone? Is the bone broken? Like, man, it gets so
oh my goodness.
Just that looks more like just her foot is broken, but I think her whole leg was broken. Like, it's just like, oh man.
Will Cinder become a healer willingly? I trust you guys to handle her with so much care. I'm really excited to see her in the series. Yes. 100% yes. I think with what we have right now, there's real emphasis on her kind of, like, yes, her path changes, and yes, maybe it doesn't, her life is not going to look like what she initially thought, but there's a lot of emphasis on her finding this new passion and choosing her path, not being forced into it.
For her. Mm-hmm.
String beans, absolutely you can draw cats in our style. We love seeing that kind of stuff.
You should tag us.
Will we still include Snow Kit? Yeah, Snow Kit will be there.
We love you, Snow Kit.
By the way, anybody who does want to eventually apply for WCA, you're also welcome to send me your stuff and I'll give you feedback on it. So if you guys want to learn and grow and you're like, oh, I applied and I didn't get in the last time, like, feel free to send me your work and I'll give you some pointers on like what you could do next time and stuff like that.
Same here.
Yeah.
We
just want to help you guys. Please.
Yeah, we genuinely, most people
we just
on
want
the
more
team,
people drawing cats.
God, I say that all
we
the
love
time in
helping
various
each other
meetings,
grow. That's
and
the
like,
beautiful.
Nobody takes me up on it.
Well, it's my favorite thing
That's
about
not
the
true.
industry in general is that everyone is very helpful and it encourages each other to grow. Like that's
you guys see me in the Discord, and of course everybody feels friendly and knows each other, so they feel like they can post stuff. But when I'm talking about, like, I just go online on Twitter or something and I go, "Hey guys, do you want feedback?" It's like crickets.
Well,
crickets.
Next time, I feel like, so maybe after like our next round of openings or before that or something, we can make a post on. Well, I have thought about. I've been trying to think about like different like events we can do and stuff and that kind of thing to engage people and kind of help in that respect. But we can. Like, I can put out a post on the WCA account, like, or we could do. I would think we could do live live streams where we do that kind of thing. Like, people send in their stuff and we do it on live.
If people would be submitting their work and having a live stream, like feedback session.
Neko, say something.
Hi.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you.
Look at her go!
He's running.
Yeah, I see string beans. I see that a lot in Snow Kit designs, but folded ears actually have no correlation to deafness in cats whatsoever. So it's definitely a cute design, and it's one of those things, like a lot of design trends in Warriors, that comes from a place of wanting to make a disability more visible, I think, and kind of make it stand out more. I think we see a lot of that in the fandom, and it's really well intentioned. But yeah, there's no correlation to folded ears and deafness. None at all. It's super cute though. I love it when I see it on designs.
Did you guys
I
already
think you
answer
might be
what
biased
program-
on that one though.
Oh, sorry. Did you guys already answer what program Goth's working in?
Yeah, TV.
Oh, yeah, TV Paint.
TV Paint. Okay, cool. Somebody asked, and I was like, I wasn't here earlier. So
TV Paint.
I like that it fills in your colors so easily. That's kind of nice.
I love
Oh,
coloring
yeah,
in TV Paint.
It's so nice.
That's like the one program I haven't had a chance to really get into, and I'd love to because I know it's really made for traditional animators.
I really like it.
I highly recommend it.
It's just so expensive. I keep
Thinking about
Yes,
for when
but
I go
unlike Toon Boom, it's a one-time purchase.
I know that is.
Is it worth to get TV Paint over Toon Boom if you don't have the Toon Boom student discount?
I would say it depends on what you're gonna what I guess your style of animation.
What you're trained with, what works you, kind of thing.
Toon Boom, I would say, especially if you're looking for work in the U.S., I think Toon Boom is much more prevalent here.
Yeah, because
every single job I've had that has specified a program to use has been Toon Boom.
Yeah.
Except
yeah,
for my
because
CVS
TV
jobs.
Paint is TV Paint is more popular to use abroad since, well, it's a program that was made abroad, so.
Interesting,
correct me if
interesting.
I'm wrong because I haven't used TV Paint, but TV Paint I think was originally set up for a traditional workflow, so it doesn't really cover things like cutout animation as easily.
Yeah, right? It's not good for for rigging, for cutout animation.
For like
there's
rigged
nothing.
animation. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
not
of
made for that.
productions in the U.S. and Canada are rigged animation. You almost never find like a fully traditionally animated show that is animated within the U.S. It's usually sent abroad. So you'll have theaters and stuff working here, and they'll send it overseas to be animated. So if you're talking about getting a job in U.S. and Canada, then you're going to want to know Toon Boom, because they may still work with a somewhat traditional workflow, but they're going to be using a rig.
Well, Sun works in
That's-
animation. Sun can answer on that. Sun works in animation in Canada.
I was actually thinking of it in the context of more like personal projects, because I do know Toon Boom to some extent, and I was just wondering for more like, if you don't have a job paying for it or a student discount for like personal use, of which one would be better.
I would definitely say TV Paint, because you buy it once, but I think there are also other programs. Like, I know you can animate in Clip Studio. I have done it before, but I'm not like super well versed in it. But that's like way
I do that a lot. It's not my favorite, if I'm honest.
Get ready. I'm about to drop my Krita evangelism here. But Krita is 100%.
Oh boy.
So if you just need something to animate and you can't afford TV Paint, it's not going to be as powerful as TV Paint, but it actually does an amazing job. You guys are going to see me using it coming up here.
The Krita agenda is spreading.
Yeah. Yes. So it's not going to have this beautiful like coloring where you can darken in like you're doing like God's doing here in TV Paint. And there's probably a few other things it doesn't do, but it does an awful lot. Like it gets really close.
Well, I think
it's free. So if you're a poor student, honestly, there's like no reason not to use Krita. Now, if you're gonna go get a job at a studio and you're worried about learning the program, I feel like TV Paint is fairly easy to drop into, so you don't need to worry about like, what if I don't know how to use it? It's like they'll train you and it'll take like maybe a week. Like I assume if you're already familiar with how programs work.
TV Paint's very intuitive. Toon Boom is a little...
Toon Boom is a whole nother animal, especially if you're learning rigging. So if you're trying to get a job and you want to learn something, then it might be worth investing in Toon Boom if you're going for it as a career. If you're a hobbyist and you're very rich, then yeah, maybe you can invest in it, but otherwise it's kind of pricey for a program.
Flip is asking, are you changing any of the rank names, like queens to caretakers type of thing? The one we changed was medicine cats are called healers. That's really like the big one there. Oh, someone said that the stream border is really beautiful and is asking who made it.
Stream border?
Yeah, the border on the design that you made.
Oh, the Celtic knots. Yes, I designed them. Hee. Thank you.
And they are beautiful.
I enjoy drawing these. They're very satisfying to draw.
Our Celtic knot aficionado around here. In fact, you did that animation where you were like.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Yes, for something. I did it for something.
Right. I'm not gonna say what it was for, but it not work.
Yeah.
Hi, Pixel Cat. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. King, are you ready? Do you want to go ahead and stream?
Ready.
Yep.
Cinder Paul looks great.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I'll probably go in and add more frames because I'm not sure the movement is reading super well with just this. But pretty happy with the way
I like how heavy she looks. Like I feel like she has a very cat-like form.
Thank you. I've been watching my cat. Actually, where is she?
Nice. Yeah, I feel like I have
hopefully
a
not
cat
causing
with that
chaos.
shape, so I immediately recognized it.
Cat.
Elvida's Blue Star is my favorite character, so I wouldn't worry about it. She's in good hands. We're saying I hope they direct Blue Star well and don't make people dislike her. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay, guys, now you get to see a shot from the episode. Yippee! And
spotted, go!
It's a good segue because as it happens, I'm animating Blue Star and Spotted for my thing. I guess I'll play it through a couple of times before I start working on it. I was working on it a while ago, and then I just picked it up again for the stream.
Oh, the roughs.
Well, thank you everybody for watching mine. I will stop streaming now.
Looks so good, King.
Kate, have you
I wish I wasn't in calculus jail right now. I want to draw so bad.
Ew, calculus.
I'm so sorry that you're in calculus.
It's so bad. It's fine. I'll survive.
I'll be back. I've got to go strain my veggie broth.
King, when did you start these roughs?
I don't know, a year ago. I think we wanted something for.
And other things took over. I don't even think it was that. I think this was we're like testing something that we were debating about.
Yeah, we were like, oh, I'll start animating, and then I think I've used it in a stream before, and then I got busy with other things, and then here we are, and I had to go find it. I was like, oh,
Flip says, how does the rough sketch look so good? And I will say it's because King has some of the most beautiful roughs and sketches I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, I have a harder time when I have to start like tying things down later and cleaning them up, and then everything's like, oh no. But also, I'm surrounded by model sheets, as you can see, so that helps a lot.
It's surrounded by beautiful art.
Blue Star and Spotted Leaf. Yep, you see the boards there. You see Blue Star.
Yep.
Little Spotted Leaf.
This feature of Krita, which is that you can bring in refs like this and pin it around the edges of the.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I imagine that's extremely helpful.
It is. I kind of wish I could adjust them more because I mean I can turn them and stuff, and I can drop the opacity and things like that. But sometimes like I want to flip it and I can't, so then I have to go over the image and copy and paste it into the file, which is what I've always done before. But it's nice having.
King, are you?
I can check things.
King, are you working on like an infinite canvas, kind of like what Toon Boom does, or like there's no?
I think it is, although. Sometimes I'll hit a button accidentally and the whole thing opens up, but it's like in a grid tile pattern, but I'm not really sure what that is. I don't think it's an infinite canvas. Because, like, this is my drawing space here. I can't go past it. I know there's a way to remove this edge, but I don't think it actually makes the canvas infinite. I think it just tiles the image. But, yeah.
Who is the floofiest cat in the series? I think it's Gray Stripe.
Yo!
Grown. He is extremely fluffy. I'm so excited to see him sopping wet. Because he's gonna go down to like half his size. But yeah, or I guess Cloudtail, maybe.
I was gonna say Cloudtail's pretty fluffy too.
Yeah, Cloudtail or Gray Stripe.
Pure fluff.
Both models are completely fine.
I was thinking this morning about an old concept Mariah did about like Fireheart, and then Fireheart with his like winter coat. He's like a little extra puffy. It's just super cute. And I'm like, I don't know that the workload justifies it, but oh, it's such a nice detail.
Yeah, especially because right when we're like finally like, oh, I can finally draw Firepie. I think I've got I figured him out.
He becomes
Fireheart. Get him on model, and then you switch the model to his winter coat, and it's like,
no. We'll release extra fluffy Fireheart at some point. We'll show him to the world, but
yes, we'll just have everything happen in spring or summer.
Yeah, well. Blue Star looks so good. So beautiful.
I love that angle.
It's a very pretty angle.
I'm gonna go in and change it. I think that's where I stole from. I think Indigo did these drawings.
Yeah, Indigo did that.
I was definitely referencing that heavily for that face shape down there.
It's a good angle. She looks very three-dimensional.
Oh, good.
Bye, Clyde. Thank you for coming.
Bye, Clyde.
Is this going to be a movie or just show? Show. Episodes, not a whole
just a show.
Movie.
I feel like shows are more popular.
Yeah, like yeah.
In our
but I also
I
think you can't really you can't. It'd be really, really hard to condense 6 books into one movie. The other option would be to do like 3 in one, which would still be really hard.
I could do it.
Because otherwise you don't get like a full story. Yeah. You don't get payoff. How far along are scripts? We're in production, so yes, we have definitely scripts.
Yeah.
We have been writing episodes. I'm actually currently working on. I realized you're literally one of my screenwriters was like, "Hey, I'd really love to see your part when you get a chance." Me as the director just realized that in all my giving feedback, in all my revision, I forgot to send my thing to them, to my fellow screenwriters. And I'm like, okay, that'll be done. But
Scott, don't you dare.
But right now we're working on writing Fire and Ice episodes. And I am outlining or attempting to outline a Forest of Secrets. That timeline, which is proving to be a problem child, even though it's one of my favorites.
Too much happens in Forest of Secrets since all at the end.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Angel Garcia.
Flip, for updates about the project, I recommend Twitter would be the my recommendation, just because I run that one, and I try to be good about keeping that really up to date and everything. But just our social media in general, the thing about running a public Discord server would just be too much work that would end up detracting from time and work that I could be dedicating to production. So if you think about it, me not giving you a public Discord server is a favor. I'm helping you. But truly, it would just, I do have experience with that with another project, and it's just not worth the workload that it adds, and it ends up being unfortunately detrimental to production, which is why I'm unfortunately against it.
Hey King, I realized something that was like really, really interesting when like you posted that video of that one animator explaining his process, how he animated in like roughs to finish and such, and he said something very interesting to me that I never considered before that I actually really like now. And like he explained how like using an onion skin versus not using an onion skin, and doing the other thing that you're doing right now, where it's just like you're drawing frame by frame that shift trace. I forget what the term is for this one, but I remember like
flipping.
Yeah, flipping. Yeah. And like flipping versus using onion skin, and what he said, which I think is actually is really good animation advice, is to mostly use the onion skin just to help you fill in the gaps, like see the gaps, like when you're doing tie downs and such. And I had like never considered that, and like I was taught that like you use the onion skin to help you stay on model and help you like doing straightforward animation and this and that and such. But I never considered that, like, first off, flipping, I really like how with flipping, it helps put more life in your animation. You're not too worried that, oh, you might go off a little off model or something like that. Whereas like with if you start onion skin with like everything, you kind of pigeonhole yourself, where like you're focusing too much on model, and ergo your animation is suffering from that a bit. Yeah. And I really liked when he said that like that onion skin is mostly just using for gaps, for like tie down phase and such, and I really like that. So
yeah,
hoping to incorporate that into the future.
One thing that I'll notice if I use my onion skin, like I'll quickly get lost in like, okay, where does everything go? Like I could sit here and go, okay, this that drawing's over there, so her head's moving forward by this much, so maybe I move the ear forward this much. I don't know if this will work here, but yeah. So one thing I'll notice is when I start to flip, I'll notice things more because my eye can see mistakes better. So I might go, oh, actually, no, I think like the ear's actually going to be slightly more this way. And I can like see it as it moves versus just going, this drawing's here, so therefore this drawing's here, which is a lot more mechanical. I will definitely use it if I have two drawings that are extremely close together. Like if I was in between, like, let's say I had a frame here.
You're doing the shift and trace method.
Well, no, this isn't shift and trace yet. This is just using an onion skin to in between. So if I have my drawing here and my other drawing here, and I'm trying to in between them, it's like, okay, and like they're very close together, then I might do onion skin so I can see, okay, this is, you know, the ear's here, the eye is closing, like that, you know. So I would use an onion skin for very tight in-betweens. And even then,
yeah, but see,
like it doesn't always work as well. But
yeah, but see, what you just did there is just exactly what he explained. Is like the onion skin is mostly there just to fill in the gaps, like in between certain areas. And I never thought about it like that, and I really like that.
In betweening, yeah. Shift and trace is like let me see. Okay, this isn't a good example because she's growing, so this is going to be kind of weird. Let me see. Okay, let's do blue star. All right, so I've got this head here, and I'm just going to move it up to another layer so I don't have to organizing my layers. Okay, I've got blue star. She's got this head here. And she goes into this head up here. Kind of rough, so it's going to be hard to explain this because the drawings are so rough, but okay, so we've got her head here and her head here, and I need to in between from here to here. So normally what I could do, even with flipping, is I could go, okay, I'm going to look at the nose, for instance. The nose goes from here to here, so the in-between point would be about here. I'm trying to move in an arc, so maybe it would be like this, and I might fiddle with it a little bit. I could turn on my onion scanning and go, yep, I'm checking my arcs. This is arcing correctly, or I could move it out even a little bit. But if I decide to use shift and trace, in real life, if I were doing this on paper, what I would do is I would take, you know, this would be my drawing. I would take it off my peg bar and like put it on top of this drawing and then turn it around until it's lined up. But digitally, what we have to do, well, I won't go into details about how I do that in Krita because I have a method that I use, but it's kind of complicated and I don't want to get you guys overwhelmed. So let's just pretend that I took this drawing and I made a copy of it that's now my reference, and I'm going to bring it down here so that it's right on top of her previous head. So now when I do my in-between, it's right there and it's a little bit easier to see. So I can just in between the turn, however that's going to look. Again, everything's really rough, so this is going to be kind of difficult, but this is getting very geometrical and tricky. But I would basically in between everything, and then I could use my onion skin if I wanted to help out with like this nose.
And what you're doing right here is the shift and trace method, right? Or a form of it? Or...
Yeah, this is the shift and trace because I shifted this drawing. Well, actually, yeah, it's a form. I'm not really tracing, but I'm sorry. I guess it's not really shift and trace, but because you're not tracing it, but you're using it as a reference. And then once you have your head, then you would go and move it back into position where it needs to be. And ideally, I would have made a reference of this other image and not. Sorry, I'm being very confusing about this.
It's fine, King. We appreciate your wisdom.
Yes. Now shift and trace. I guess that is shift and trace. I guess they call it that when you use it for that purpose as well.
Hi, Summer. Thank you for joining.
Actually, a lot of people do this in their animations now, and I just don't think they call it that. They call it copy and paste, but it's a similar kind of thing. So a lot of people will animate this head and they'll go, and I'll even do this sometimes. Like I made another copy of this frame here, and instead of redrawing it, I'm gonna just turn it a little and go up this way. In the old days, you couldn't do that because you're not working digitally. So you literally had to take your previous drawing, move it into this position, and then trace it. And I think that's why it was called shift and trace. You would put a fresh piece of paper on here, take your drawing underneath and turn it until you had it in the position you wanted it. But of course, since we're working digitally, we can copy and paste. I forgot her ear, but that's okay. Well, not worry about that for now.
It's interesting. So shift and trace is more the old school method.
Yeah, because you couldn't. And actually, I mean, I'm sure some animators may have like cut out just the head and stuck it on a piece of paper or whatever. But usually, you would just take the whole piece of paper, turn it until you had it in the position that you needed it, and then trace it onto a fresh sheet of paper. And then you would take your old drawing and put it back on the peg, and then the new drawing would be just traced over your old drawing.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people use this because it can be done very badly, and I see it all the time when people do it and it's not done well. It looks very much like cutout animation. And I see this all the time, especially with new animators, which is understandable because it's one less drawing you have to make, and then it saves you so much time.
So how are roles divided among the team? Are there different teams working on ink and line art or anything like that? Actually, with the way the style of the animation, everything was developed thanks to King, who we adore. There's not a cleanup stage. So we just have our animators, what is it? They keys and then tie down.
Yeah, we do. So you guys are watching me work very roughly here. But the idea is that after the roughs are done and I've gotten them approved, like, hey, this is looking good. Yes, go for it. Then I would go in and it's what's called tying down the character. So that's getting the character more on model, but it's not the cleanup stage because we're going to try to leave the drawings kind of rough.
Wolfwalker style.
Yeah, a little bit like Wolfwalkers. I'm trying to find what is her name? Leaf Fool. No, not Leaf Fool. Spotted Leaf. Okay. Got her name. Where is she?
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. What the heck? Where is Spotted Leaf's?
Who have we gamed?
Me. Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Right.
Silver!
Hi, Silver.
I'm trying to grab a model sheet so I can show you guys how tying down works. Well, let's do it with Blue Star, I guess. Although she's tricky. Weird. Where did I get Spotted Leaf from if I don't have her?
Do you need me to send her character sheet?
Yeah, I'm trying to see where I opened
I got
it
you.
from. Thank you. I guess I could grab it from
yeah, well, I can grab her.
Okay.
No worries.
Thanks.
Character sheets, ThunderClan, here she is.
What's funny is I have her in my file, so I opened the file from somewhere, but now I can't figure out where I opened it from. There we go. I need to organize my files clearly. But actually, it's better to grab a newer one anyway, because I don't know if she's had any updates. All right, I'm going to show you another powerful way to use shift and trace, especially during the tie down phase. All right.
Spotted Leaf's model sheet is glorious.
She's so pretty. Lovely. I'm so sad we have to kill her.
Oh,
No.
you do good a job on her.
Let go. Oh, there you are. Why are you down there? Okay. All right. So if I were tying her down, so I have roughly her model there in the pink drawing. But but you can see that it's kind of
off,
slightly off model. Yeah. So I'm going to take the model sheet, and this one's going to be a little tricky because this head is not quite a front view, but I think it's closest to the front view, so I'm going to take the front view and use it as my guide. So I'm going to move it over here and line it up as closely as I can with what angle this is. It won't be exact, but I just want to get it very, very close. And then I have it on a separate layer underneath. And I'm basically making it so that I can now flip from that to this. So I could put it on the frame before. In my case, I put it on a layer below and then I arrange things, but I could also just keep it on the same layer, but just have it. So now I can actually flip back and forth between the model sheet and her, and so my eye will begin to catch things like, okay, with a blue. Her head's actually a little bit wider than I've drawn it. Her ears are a lot more leaf-shaped and less pointy. So this is all stuff that I can begin to fix in the tie-down.
Bye, Roxy.
Her head might need some. So the closer you can get in your roughs, the better. But of course, if you're spending too much time trying to rough things out and get things perfect, then you're not focusing on the animation. So it's a little bit of both. So I'm also looking at like how wide her nose bridge is here. So when I flip, I'm thinking, is that enough room? And it's kind of not. You can even draw a line here, and you can see that it needs to be a little wider, which basically means this eye is going to be a little further. I'm looking at things too, like this is kind of where her eye is the widest right here. So I'm drawing like there's one line here, there's another line here. So it's kind of a diamond shape, but it has a very specific shape. Her eye thickens kind of in the middle of the eye. It's almost like perfectly centered. So when I draw her eye here, I've kind of drawn the center more off to the side. So I need to maybe even a little bit further. Over time, hopefully as I get better at drawing this character, I won't have to be as methodical with this. I'll be able to just throw it down a little bit easier. I've noticed that as I work on a character, I get a little bit better at understanding what their proportions are like. But this is very helpful, especially at the beginning, and it helps you to become a better artist too, because it's like that exercise you did in school where you had a grid and you had like a drawing in it, and then you took another piece of paper and you would make it bigger. Have you guys ever done that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of drawing a smiley face, I would go over here and go, okay, this is about here on this square. The eye starts here and it comes down here, and it allows you to like copy something almost exactly. That's actually a really good reference, a really good exercise for artists, and it's why a lot of like art teachers will do it in, I don't know, middle school and stuff. You can even turn it upside down so your brain isn't worrying about what does this look like. It's more thinking about, you know, what do I need to draw? Which line do I need to make go where? Instead of like, this has to look like a smiley face. It's like, I'm just drawing something mysterious and eventually it'll be a picture.
Never done that trick before.
Yeah, I did it a couple of times, but the thing it does is it trains your eye to look at what something actually looks like versus like if somebody told you to draw a tree, you'd be like, okay, trees look like this, right? But then if you actually go outside and look at a tree, it's like it does this, and there's a branch going over here, and maybe there's a knot here, and then the leaves actually kind of like, depending on what kind of tree you draw, you know what I mean? Like when you actually look at something, you realize, oh, this looks very different than what I thought in my head it looked like. And we do that all the time as artists, even to a small degree. Like eyes should look like this, or I always draw eyes like this, so that happens a lot with animators. We draw in a certain style, so we tend to draw the characters in our style. You're like, oh, I always draw eyes like this, so then the eyes,
I feel like, oh, I'm learning, so this is only the beginning. This is what I mean when I say I learn something pretty much every day from this team.
Yeah,
I've learned so much wisdom. But someone's asking if there will be blood in the episodes. Yeah, so we're not at any point where there's some to a ridiculous amount, but Longtail gets his ear torn, there's blood. That kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, tasteful enough.
I'm
Yeah,
being
it's
as graphic as possible, and y'all can't stop me. Because I'm the director, so I'll be like, yes,
Just in the
it's approved.
spirit of Halloween, we're gonna make it as just as much graphic as we can.
No,
Actually, they very much can stop me because I'm not the final
Yeah,
step
like
in production.
in the books, things might get a little bloodier than they will because in the animation, because you know what
We're
is
gonna go full
acceptable in a
Feliday.
written medium is not always as
Really.
acceptable in a visual medium.
Precisely.
Yeah,
No, it's not. It's like I would say it's the amount of blood you would expect from something like that. I mean, it's not like
It's
making
not like
a
Gunstream,
TV show, but
like we're not gonna be.
It's not like a full-on pool.
We're not like, oh yeah, he's bleeding out because his ear got to. It's like, you know, it's very. Wow, that's a really nice tree, King.
Huh?
Really nice tree. It's just not coming up on the stream for me.
Oh, okay. I was like, I drew that like 5 minutes ago. What are you talking about? I just erased it. Where are you seeing it?
Is the stream going behind?
Is the stream already delaying?
I forgot.
No, it's not. It's like for mine, it just like lags behind, and then I have to speed it up every few minutes.
Oh.
Kind of back to like when King was doing all that teaching stuff. King, have you ever considered like going into teaching?
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah,
such a good teacher.
King is an incredible teacher.
So I very much have thought it would be great to start a school where it's basically just like a Discord, and maybe you join through Patreon, and then you're allowed into the Discord, and so you pay that way, and then I do like feedback basically. But my dream is to do like a studio environment. So like instead of just animate this bouncing ball and I'll tell you if it's good or not, it's like we're gonna make a movie, and while we're making it, you're gonna learn all this stuff. And so we make like an anime, kind of like what CalArts does, and I think Gobalan does this too. You work on a film, and that's kind of how you learn. I mean, I think you take some intro classes before then, but then
you could
working
totally do that. There are other like people who have done that successfully, especially on YouTube. Like there's Project City, and that's kind of what you're describing.
Oh, I should look into that. Yeah, I feel like I need someone to come like be my manager and run it for me, because I'm like getting scared trying to think of running something all by myself.
I completely understand.
Hi there.
Hi. Who said that?
Me, Toon.
Oh, yeah. I think I maybe I haven't officially asked you, but if you ever want to do that, let's start a school.
Warrior Cats Lover is asking, how are you guys? I would also like to know.
Good.
Really great, actually.
Doing okay. Came back from a vacation, so I feel really recharged.
Oh, nice.
I had fun. So.
So at this point, I would probably go and get like more of this view, because I need to see what her back looks like and how tall her legs are and all this. So I would just go and like replace this with like a different. But anyway, so that's, I'm gonna stop working on that. But also, if you notice, it's very rough still, especially for me if I'm drawing a new character, which I kind of am because I've drawn her before, but I haven't animated a lot of her other than in here. I might do a pass like this, but this still needs to be tied down a little bit more for our purposes on Warriors. So I might do this and then go and not do another. You know, I might send this in to my supervisor, and in this case, it would be one of the other directors, I guess, or anybody else, because we're all able to give each other feedback, which is nice. And just post it, say, what do you guys think? Is she, you know, I might do a pass where she's animated very roughly, like, you know, but less rough than here, and then get feedback on that, and then later go in, and I could either clean this and just make it neater, and then Neko would come after me with a gun probably, but probably what I want to do is officially like tie it down, which I would on another layer. Like I
wouldn't come at you with a gun. I'd probably be a knife or sword.
Knife. Yeah,
a little more
that way there's more
stabby.
blood, since we're all about like graphic depictions of blood. But yeah.
Oh, she's so pretty. I love her design.
Mm-hmm.
So beautiful. How do you get the pause and kids' voices? Common misconception. 6-month-old cats are not babies. They're hardly even kids at that point. A 6-month cat is
almost full grown.
We have the same voice actors doing both the apprentice voices and warrior voices of our characters, which you'll note if you look at any of our previous cast listings. It says that if you're voicing a character who starts as an apprentice and later becomes a warrior, you are asked to deliver each line twice, one with like a younger voice and one with a more mature voice. But even with like the difference is not extremely drastic with our voice actors, because the fact is a 6-month-old cat is closer to adulthood than to kittenhood.
What are we gonna do for actual kits in the future? Just curious.
Only kids rarely speak, but we'll probably just have I mean, as it is often professionally in voice acting, we'll just have usually female VAs, even male characters, just do little voices.
Can we get the PA characters to do it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, give them a call.
All right, I'll be like, hey, listen, and hurry up because those kids are getting older.
Flint is asking, with animation, does the team wait until all voices are recorded to animate voices segments, or do they animate the lip sync prior to adding them?
Nope.
We animate we record first and animate to that. Having them record to match the animation would be a nightmare.
Actually, it's funny I say that because there is some dialogue in this shot, but I don't have the audio. But in this case,
I sent you the audio.
You did, but it was like the whole thing, so I'm gonna have to cut it down to like, I don't know. It was right before the stream, so I didn't feel like opening it and finding out in front of everybody. But in this case, I am actually doing it a little bit before because we didn't have the audio yet. But we wanted to go ahead and start. And in this case, I can actually fairly easily drop the. I know that I'm trying to remember what she actually says here, but I don't think it's much. It's not like there's a ton of voice acting going on and she's expressing and all this. It's a very tender moment. So the expression's more in the body and what they're doing here, having a little moment.
This whole scene is really good. It's extremely.
So I feel like I can work the dialogue in here pretty easily. That being said, when I get the audio, if I drop it in and it just doesn't work, I will have to go back and maybe like readjust some things, because that can happen. Like I might. The actor's delivery makes a big difference. Like, she might sound more tender or more assertive or whatever. I might need to change an expression. The mouth shapes I'm not worried about because I can work mouth shapes in whenever. But it's more about like what are they expressing and does it sound like what the actor is. So normally I would want the audio first. This is a special exception and it may happen again, so it can be done, but it's not ideal.
Hey King, I have a critic question.
It's still very rough right now, so.
I have a critic question for you, King.
Oh yes, please. I could talk about crit all day.
In this program, when you're animating and such, is there a frame limit? Kind of like how in Clip Studio, there's a frame limit to how many frames you can do and how long the video can be and such.
I have not run into one. I'm trying to think of what's the longest shot I've animated. I don't know, 8 or 9 or 10 seconds. I haven't had to do any shots that are too much longer than that. The one thing I will say is the longer it goes, the more my computer starts to chug. So there may be an upper limit. My computer's kind of old though, so I actually need to upgrade it, but I'm waiting till I get a job. But yeah, it'll chug sometimes if I have a scene with like a bunch of layers and the frame count is going longer. I've noticed a difference. But I don't think there's technically a limit. I could try right now.
Okay.
I might crash my computer. Yeah, there's a little thing here. You can just add frames as you need them or take them out, change your frame rate and stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone's run into that limit. I will say that is one thing about Krita. It does run a little heavy. Like when I've opened other programs, like I've worked in Toon Boom now, and it doesn't seem to have as much difficulty, even though it's a much more complicated program. But Krita is a little bit like I don't know what the term for that is, but it's like a program that takes a lot of resources, maybe. I'm not sure. And it will crash sometimes, so I'm constantly saving. But I'm used to that from working in Adobe Animate, so it was fine. I save all the time. In fact, a lot of times when Crit is chugging, it's because I hit save like several times, and it's like, give me a second. It does have an autosave, but I turn it off because it actually gets on my nerves, because I save so much myself that I actually never need to use autosave. It's just a lifetime of losing files. I've developed an itchy trigger finger. I'm constantly saving.
Is Krita on PC?
Yes. Yeah, I don't think there's an app version of it. I haven't looked into it, but I don't think there is. I've heard Procreate does pretty good with animation. Calipeg seems to be the one that is like really great for animation.
Calipeg's really great.
Yeah,
I can attest to that.
Too, so.
Procreate is not very good for animation, but they're coming out with an animation app next month, which looks really, really promising. So
yeah.
Dreams.
Oh, I think I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole announcement panel thing.
Yeah.
Definitely very excited for that.
Mm-hmm. Did they say that Dreams is going to be free, or is it a one-time purchase? Please let it be a one-time purchase.
It's a one-time purchase.
Of, I think, $20, $15.
Yeah, it's $19.99 one-time purchase.
Good.
Like, please. Just like Procreate in general, like normal Procreate is one time.
Really nice.
I wish I had an iPad.
Get an iPad. They're very helpful.
Oh, I bet.
See how the app turns out first. Then you can come try mine.
Yes. Or mine. Definitely just like invest in Calipeg.
I'm a little closer to King than you, Casey. Just a little bit.
Oh, I should just come use her iPad.
Well, I will be closer to you all soon enough.
I'm still only an hour away from King.
Yes, hour and a half technically, and you're kind of more on the north side, or maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I'd say an hour and a half.
Yeah. Oh, I drive up there a lot in my life, or I have, so I know exactly. Yeah. An hour and a half.
So the project is a series, not a movie. It's not going to be exactly like the books. There are going to be some changes for sure. There already are, but it's not like to the point of being unrecognizable. But yeah, there are definitely some changes. Storm, for audition, you have to be at least 13 because you have to be at least 13 to have a Discord account, and we work on Discord, so you have to be at least 13. King, are you drawing with a mouse or a tablet?
Ooh, tablet for sure. Actually, it's
a mouse.
No, God,
Some people do. Some people do animate with a mouse.
Every now and then, if I use my mouse too much, my wrist starts to hurt. But for some reason, on a pen, I'm fine. But I'll always notice if I'm using my mouse a lot. So I'm like, oh, so I don't think I could animate. Even if I could with a mouse, I don't think my body would let me.
Yeah, my wrist is not going to be happy by the time the casting calls are done.
Oh man.
Weirdly enough, my wrist is like fine for both of my hands. It's my back that hurts. Like,
yeah, I definitely
all the wrist exercises, but there's no hope for my back.
Yeah, the back's much.
I mostly just get shoulder pain.
I have a tense right shoulder because I work on a Cintiq, so I'm always having to hold up my right arm. My left arm's fine. It's just on the table doing the keyboard stuff, but I should be ambidextrous so I could put a little wear on the left side of my body for a while instead. There's my beginner artist tip. Become ambidextrous right now, and that'll carry you far when you become an old person.
Alma, King is using Krita and does recommend it highly.
Yes. I will preach to you about Krita.
Douglas, casting calls are open for a month, typically. In the past two we've done, auditions have been open for a month before I close them and start reviewing.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the review process takes a very long time, so...
It took much longer than it should have, especially the first time, because I was concussed. But, I'm currently unemployed, so...
Oh!
hey, the actors need a fair deal. I'm with them.
It's a good
So, but I'm currently unemployed, so I will be able to just sit and do auditions.
Julian wants to know if they're all British.
No, they're not. Spotted Leaf is British, Blue Star is British, White Storm is Scottish, Smudge is British, but no, not all of them. We post casting calls that reveal all the characters we're casting for here on the YouTube channel, and then in the description we always link to the actual casting site, which is Casting Call Club, where you'll find all the lines and where to submit, and you can listen to other people's auditions and upvote them if you like them and that kind of thing.
Up there from the past casting calls and casting club, or all
the past ones are still up there. Yep. 100%.
Okay, so
actually,
you guys want to know why it takes us so long to go through them? You can go to a previous casting call
and see how many we get.
See how many.
Fun fact.
Mountains and mountains of stuff.
This is my least favorite thing about Casting Call Club ever, is that you're required to put a deadline when you post. You're allowed to extend what you can do whatever. You are required to put a deadline. But even after you cast the role and cast the role on the site, there's no way to stop people from submitting auditions except to take them down. I got an audition for Firepaw 2 weeks ago.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
I was like, guys.
Which, to be fair, that's not their fault. They saw that it was still open. They're like, oh, if I can submit, maybe I still got a shot. Like, I've done that where I'm like, oh, you guys said that you're done, but also that you might hire again in the future. Let me just shoot my shot or whatever. You know?
Well, better re-record all the lines for a new Firepaw.
Ravenous Raven, ours is actually technically set in Scotland, not England. The books originally are based on the New Forest in England, but ours, we've been looking at Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, shout out to our moderators. Thank you, Yearly and Neko. But yeah, no, the next casting call should be out very. Oh, son, I wish if I win the lottery, that's what we're doing. I'm buying the IP and then we're going to Scotland. But no, it's good fun. But the next casting call will be out very soon. And it's 6 characters, and you will see who they are.
I was gonna open my file for one of them and show it, but then I was like, I don't think we're allowed to talk about that yet.
No, you're not allowed to do that. You can do that to your heart's content after it's out.
Yes. Because I was gonna show that for the tie downs. I was like, oh, as I did in this file, and I was like, oh wait, no, I don't think I can open that.
But no, it's really funny. It's really funny because here's what happened, guys. We're in a director's meeting. You have to imagine all us directors. And I'm like, okay, guys, I think that we should really consider simplifying our casting call process, like making the casting call, and then this one ended up being our most complicated yet because I'm an idiot.
It's fun.
But it looks amazing. The animators, our background artists, everyone completely outdid themselves. It's gonna be really good.
President hasn't started yet. Just saying.
And I'm really excited for music. You guys are gonna get to hear more of Shiro's music.
Shiro's I'm scrubbing through one of the animations right now, and it looks so good. Shout out to Sun for this amazing animation.
Shout out to everyone else who's doing just amazing.
I mean, all of them are wonderful. I just happen to be looking at Suns right now. There's like one frame here I keep stopping on because it makes me smile so much.
Yeah. String means, when do you plan on opening crew applications? We don't have a set date for opening at the moment, but we always announce it, and there's always like a month to send them in, so don't worry.
Yeah, I feel like our announcements are kind of hard to miss. They're like,
yeah, because I'm pretty relentless about it.
Yeah.
To the point of annoyance.
You are never annoying.
Never is a really strong word.
No, I agree.
Love White Storm's design. Whoever made it couldn't have done it better. I also love White Storm's design. A really fun fact that I love about White Storm's design is that Blue Star's design, some of her shapes are inspired by like medieval depictions of lions, and White Storm was then inspired in part by medieval depictions of unicorns.
Unicorns!
He's beautiful. We have a storyboard where the action note is just, he is stunning, underlined. Like,
no pressure.
I like the one that says it's like a 72% chance of dying by my blade.
No, it's a 90% chance of dying by my blade.
It's moved
I
up.
couldn't remember the number. Has it died yet?
Yeah, we'll see. Skylosaurus, I'm going to give you a hint. One of those is correct. But just one.
So you're getting warm. Not too warm.
We need more White Storm fans in this world. He's a great guy.
He is.
He's great. White Storm also deserves much better than he got.
I know. String beans, thank you. Absolutely. I'm not. Did you post it here on YouTube, or make sure you tag us so I catch it. I don't want to miss it. I know it's a long way from now, but do you plan on stopping when the prophecies begin? It's not like planning on stopping. Getting all that done would be a huge triumph. It's not like, I don't. It's not like, oh, we'll finish that and then we should never do anything ever again. Like, that's kind of a play it by ear thing, but the fact is we're focused on our current goal, and I want to stay focused on that instead of focusing on like the hypotheticals. We'll see.
Thinking about other things.
This is what I'm talking about, working on other projects, forcing you to do stuff. I'm like, oh, I gotta draw this stupid head angle. And it's like, if I was animating, I might have just been like, nah, you know what? She just won't do that. But it's like, nope, she has to do this in this animation. So
I'm sorry, King.
No,
sorry.
it's making me stronger. But that's
You're
why
so
it's like good to work
strong.
with other people's stuff and not just, or yeah, I mean, if you have the diligence to be like, I'm deciding to do this, and then you're one of those people who's very motivated and can make yourself do it, then great. But I'm somebody that I need the threat of embarrassment or like being fired to get things done.
Oh no!
No! Professional embarrassment is the
Hi,
only
Reagan. Thank you for coming.
I will say I've never had as great of a work ethic before as I do now. And it's to the point, like before on this project, I don't know, I was really chill about it, but now I've been doing so much work for like my actual career that I can't wait for my break so I can work on this project and like do shots and stuff, because I actually have so much motivation, because if I stop now, I'm gonna stop forever.
I'm so excited to get started on compositing for this project, and that's post-production. It's going to be a bit of a wait still. But, I know our comp team, once we get going, we're going to blaze through those shots like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the comp team, we're all just, like, constantly screaming every time we see a little, like, the progress everyone's making. Like, the casting call stuff, we're all like a pack of hungry piranhas waiting to pounce.
The voice actress for Spotted Leaf is beautiful. I agree. She has a beautiful voice. This whole scene, that this shot is from is so beautifully acted. I'm really excited for it.
I'm excited. I need to go get the audio and drop it in so I can actually start listening to it. It'll be so good.
I'm excited for the movie. Not the movie. Oh my god, the music.
I was like, what movie?
They're both M words, y'all. They're both M words.
I'm also very excited. I mean, the music, what we even have right now for music is just...
Like, even listening to just the text and hearing what they're working on, it gives me chills too. I think it's so special that we have a team that is even making original music. Like, that's just kind of unheard of, I feel like.
I just want you guys to understand that once Shiro has made the song for the thing in the thing, you guys are getting an original song out of this. I'm gonna be forever changed as a human being, just so y'all know.
We never pass an opportunity to praise Shiro. Shiro's work is absolutely incredible.
Yes.
Like, we are honored to have such a talented composer working on this, because, like, we have a little animatic where he did a test track on top of, and it's just incredible how much it adds to the animatic.
Oh, gee, golly gosh, thank you, guys.
Like, I think everyone who saw that was immediately, like, a million times more excited for the project at that very moment.
Everyone brag on Shiro, quick.
Shiro,
I'm just really happy. I mean, we have a great team in that respect, and like Shiro in particular, I remember we're like on call, it's 1 a.m, and Shiro's sitting here teaching themselves Celtic guitar. Like, the amount of dedication and the research and the care put into every single minuscule detail, I am so grateful for, beyond words.
When I heard the music for that little animatic, to me, it immediately made the entire project feel more real than, like, normally with lines, it's animation that would do that for me, where I'm like, okay, now it's real. But hearing that music, it like all came together for me.
Honestly, music is one of the most powerful parts of any film, series, animation. Like, it really is.
When I cry
you guys
in a movie or a show, it's because of the music. Like, the story will bring you to a fever pitch, and then the music will push you over the edge. You're like, oh no.
So true. So true. Anyway, we love you a lot, Shiro. Sorry if this is, like, embarrassing.
No, it's fine. I appreciate it.
Sorry, no.
We are going to, if this is embarrassing, too bad, because we're going to embarrass you every opportunity.
Yes, too bad. I'm sorry, but I'm not.
Yeah, we're not. You're going to be loved, and you're going to deal with it.
Wolf Arts, I guess it is. Actually, if King will scroll to the left a little bit, you can actually see the storyboards for this shot. Yes, we do have storyboards. It's not we're not winging it. That would be a very bad idea.
These are the boards. As you see, I've changed it a bit. In the board, she just kind of stays there, but I decided to make her head go up.
That works. That way, yeah.
Although I think it's getting a little too smushy at the end, so I'm probably gonna dial back her little chin flopping around at the end because it looks a little goofy, a little cartoonish, but
yeah, they're so sweet. I love this scene. Yes, there will be more voice applications, lots more characters going forward, but we do have one upcoming.
I mean, have you guys read the books? There's like 3,000 million characters. So.
I know, exactly. Nothing to worry
Loading
about.
them all in.
Never worry. There are more warrior cat characters than there are Pokemon at this point.
There are more named characters and warriors than there are Pokemon, period.
Wow.
It's not a joke, it's like legit.
It's true. I'm not kidding. There are over 1,300 named characters in the series.
Wow.
There really, really, truly are. But and there's
Pokemon better step up its game
Pokemon. But yeah. Hi. Oh, we have hi from Ukraine. Hi. It's so amazing to see just kind of the global reach of the series of the project. It's amazing. Do we want our character designs to look more canon to the books, or do you just want to go with the flow with your designs? Just curious.
Go with the flow.
I think it happens inevitably that the designs follow canon to a degree, obviously, but I think we stray from it where necessary. I think I think because we're fans, a lot of the designs come out, obviously looking like the characters and looking like fan interpretations of the characters, and they're very true to canon in a lot of ways. But then you have designs like Clawface and Dustpelt, where we said, with Clawface specifically, it came about because of a really interesting concept that was done by both one of our character designers and by our style director, kind of bouncing off each other, that instead of this like muscle brute, which he is in the books, exactly like every other character that's like that, like Blackfoot and all these, we have a lot of muscled brutes, we have a lot of grunts. We don't have this kind of like boogeyman scary figure that snatches kits out of their beds at night. And that's what Clawface is. So we decided to take a really different direction with him there. And then with Dustpelt, I remember that was a conversation of there are so many ill-tempered tabbies in this series, and I don't want another one. So we got this really interesting concept from one of our designers that was this color point, kind of masked Dustpaw, and I thought it looked so good for him, and I campaigned really, really hard for that one.
And then we have Cinderpelt, who's usually depicted as like a solid gray. Gray.
Guys,
I fought hard for that one.
Whenever someone asks who was the hardest to design, it's Cinderpelt. She was there were so many conversations. When I'm telling you, lives were destroyed in the process of designing this cat. Not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
But and people are like, that's weird because isn't she just a gray cat? And I'm like, yeah, but where's the fun in that? And how do you make a gray cat, just a pure gray cat, interesting visually to look at and keep her from blending in with the background? How do you make sure that when someone looks at her, they know that she's important? So, she was so, I could not be happier with the design, but it was definitely a process getting there.
Toon can confirm, I fought hard for that particular one. That's the one I saw and that was the one I knew, like, this is the one that I think is perfect. Or as close to perfect as you get. Like, I immediately fell in love with that one, and I was willing to fight and die on that hill.
And you should have been, because it's a great design. Kitethorn says hi from China. And yes, we know Warrior Cats is very popular in China. Hi.
Hi.
And I don't usually fight or get too involved with the design stuff. So that's how much I loved that particular design. It's just like I'm willing to.
This project is very aware of the fandom, and I mean we're all part of it, right? Like fans ourselves.
We are.
For the most part.
I'm gonna get you, Neko. You were on SS Warrior Cats. You're trapped.
A lot of the decisions we make, like we will sometimes change things and be like, but we are very aware of like, well, this is the feeling that these people have had about this character, that they're this way, and like, that's definitely a motivating factor for some of these designs that I've seen. We don't just go, you know what, I want to change this because I've never liked it. Well, we might want to change it, but we're going to discuss it a lot, and we're going to talk about like, well, the fans for years have seen this character in this way. Is that okay, or do we want to depart from that? And if we do, we're very careful about why and all this stuff. Like But I feel like this group is extremely aware and respectful of the fans and what, kind of what they're expecting out of a Warrior Cat series. So we're not just changing things going,
100%.
I mean, I'm the one that's always like, let's do something different, you guys. Let's go crazy. And everyone's
I
like,
love that about you. I miss you in our writer's room. Can I drag you back? You don't have to write. I just want you there.
Oh, Lord.
Can I stick my claws in?
I tend to overcommit to like a million things and then I get overwhelmed. So I'm trying to add
I don't need you to write. I just want you in there to.
Okay. And then
I'm dragging
you
you
out quickly because I'll be like, why can't we just change this? Why can't we just make this character blue now? Like, I don't understand.
But no, I definitely agree with that, and that's why I think, respectfully, there's no one I don't know that I trust anyone but fans to kind of like be in charge of something like this. You know,
yeah,
we are a really big part of this for me. I was really grateful that I wasn't expected to do a word for word, just write what's happens in the books down on the paper.
Yeah,
script.
that is
really
a good
happy
thing,
that I
though.
got
We're not scared of the fans either. Like, we're willing to change things if we feel like it's going to work better, but we're also like extremely fans ourselves. Like, I say that, and I think it's funny that I'm saying it because I'm probably the least. I came in the Warriors fandom very late, and so I'm more willing to be like, well, I don't care, you can change this. But like, I notice a lot of people are like, no, you can't change that, and I think that's a good thing because that's like
we balance each other out.
Respectful when we do change things. We're not just doing things on a whim, which is kind of like what I would do. I'd be like, whatever, let's just change it.
And there's someone asking about Brightheart's design.
Yeah, we do have a Brightheart design. If you actually go to our community tab, if you go to our community tab, here on this channel, we posted her because we were drawing her on a live stream previously. But I got the ultimate privilege of doing that design and kind of spearheading that design, which is I'm so grateful for, because I'm not much of a designer, if we're being honest.
Lie, clearly.
No, I'm not. No,
what a lie! A lie.
No, I know this about myself. That's okay. So I was really grateful to be able to do that, and I think I love how she turned out. Which scene? This isn't a specific, like, this isn't a moment from the books necessarily. This is not a line from the books. This is not a shot or specific thing from the books, but it is a scene between Blue Star and Spotted Leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Are we releasing videos one at a time or all at the same time? One at a time.
As we finish them, I think, right?
One at a time, people. One at a time.
And that way, you're not being bombarded. But there's gonna be, there's gonna be healthy days of waiting in between.
I like
episodes.
how you put that. Like, we know you guys don't want us to just drop all these episodes on you all at once. So, in deference to your needs and your desires, we will withhold them. Right. It's not because, it takes time to make these things. It's because we're worried about the safety of our fans.
Yeah.
If they're
worried about
overwhelmed with the
internet.
joy.
Because this sounds super stupid and maybe a little self-centered, but a legitimate thing I was thinking about that I was actually worried about, I was like, guys, I just feel like there's so much great content in one episode. There's no way anyone's gonna be able to talk about it all. So like, this is such a conundrum because we have so much good stuff. Like, no one's gonna catch it all, and it's like, Toon, that's stupid.
I came in. I have no idea what's happening, but hello.
Hi, Nikki.
I believe I know what is happening on screen, which is very exciting, very positive.
Yeah, it's a shot from the thing and the thing. You know how it goes.
The shot of anywhere. I've only looked at the boards like every moment of my waking life.
So true. They're really great boards.
Yeah, I know.
Stringings. What do you plan to do when you have to draw the whole crowd of cats? Like at a gathering, will you make every cat canon, or will there be some OCs in the crowd? We actually have a tier on our Patreon that allows patrons to have their OC make a cameo. So a lot of those will definitely be at the gathering. You'll see them chit-chatting or, going about gathering life. So it'll be a mix. there'll be probably be some little Easter eggs in there, if we're being honest, because I know this team. But excited about that. Will we appear in the gathering as cats? I would love to be a cat at the gathering. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure there's gonna be like some cameos and whatnot.
That'll be so cool.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I'm actually changing a lot of things as I work. So I highly, highly encourage anyone who's animating to work very roughly at the beginning.
I swear that video you posted yesterday, I like went outside and like stared at the sky and I was like, how did I not think about this? Like,
it's honestly just
I'm like sitting here, just like, I'm just like, oh my god, I literally feel enlightened.
When we see animation, we always see it already tied down in Final, so we assume that that's how you animate. You draw it, and then you make the next drawing, and then you make the next drawing. But there's so many parts to animation that it's so much easier to like. I'm working with roughs, and I could probably work even rougher than this. Actually, I'm on another project, and one of the people turned in their shot, and it was literally the character was drawn like this. And there was like, I think, an eye line, and that was it. Like, everything was broken down into their shapes, and they were animated like that. They looked like just a big mannequin. But because they were working with these simple shapes, they were able to like convey all this emotion without the eyes. Like, there was no eyes, there was no mouth. I think there might have been another line for where the nose was or something, but other than that, whenever it moved, it would just, you could see it was moving this way because the drawing now looked like this. Okay, he's looking to the right, that kind of stuff. And it was this big, like heavy acting scene where this character is acting in front of a camera and talking to the screen and all this stuff. And it was very involved. And you could see the attitude in the body and the head position and everything beautifully. And it worked so well. And the entire animation in betweens and everything was all done in this way. And then once they got the approval for that, they're going to go in and actually, add in expressions and stuff and details. But I was like really impressed, and I was like, man, I want to try that sometime. I want to just draw the character as like, I don't know, I should be animating this like this, is what I should be doing.
Yeah, I try to do the shape breakdown, but it's
hard.
I'm not I don't have any animation like professional experience. I've only just done it as like a hobby, so I learn very slow, and sometimes I'm just like, I don't learn something until somebody like slaps it in my face.
I don't have any professional experience with traditional animation either. I mean, I do now because I've done some stuff.
Is it a myth? The professional animation myth?
What's that?
Like no one actually has any professional animation experience until they've done it for like 15 years.
Well, no. So my experience though is in cutout animation, because for years I worked for companies and I worked in Animate. So I didn't actually do all this like traditional stuff and like had to learn about flipping from the model and all that stuff. I had to learn it on my own because I never learned that in school. And then I didn't do it for my job because I was using rigged characters. So that's like a slightly different process.
Oh yeah.
And so for this actually hand-drawn animation, I've had to like kind of learn this stuff from videos online, and I had the benefit of knowing a lot of the principles of animation and the gist of animation from working at my job. So I did have professional experience in that sense. But when it comes to like all these little tips like flipping and stuff, like in fact I learned about flipping later, and I started to do it in my Adobe Animate files, and it helped so much. Like I was like, oh, you can actually do this with rigged characters too, and it helps in certain situations. And but yeah, so technically professionally I haven't been doing this very long, with maybe a few years when I joined like some indie projects and I finally got to actually animate traditionally more. And then stuff like Warrior Cats, which is professional technically, but I'm not getting paid, so I don't know if it counts. But it does.
You get paid. Never mind. I'm not going to say something like that.
Get paid in experience. No, it's this is definitely like, I love doing this stuff, and this is one of the few places where I can do it. And I like drawing animals. I've always liked animating animals, so this was like an obvious choice for me. Plus, the group here is really great, and I've grown a lot as an animator working on this project. That's a choice every person has to make for themselves. Not everybody has the freedom to do this, to do this stuff. And, I don't know, or the time. But if you do have the time and you want to, then I think it's absolutely okay to do stuff like this for free.
And also doing stuff like this for free, especially if you're in high school or something, even if you're not part of a group project, absolutely, like, try making up shots or just something, because this project got my foot in the door for things professionally. Like, my entire demo reel is currently just stuff for this project, and that got me my first, like, paid job.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, absolutely, especially if you're young or if you don't want to go to, like, art school, but you want to work as an animator professionally, do not shy away from trying stuff out, learning the principles, and just, like, you can apply without a degree. Just do it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, Gob is here. Gobs, I didn't even realize when you walked in. I'm so sorry that people are getting mad at you for spoiling something that's been out for 19 years.
You know
19 years!
Okay, you know what's worse though?
Wait, what? Yes, it got spoiled.
Lay it on us, Gobs.
I halfway through making that comic, I realized that it wasn't about Firestar. I remember it was actually about Tiger Star, which happens in Forest of Secrets, which is the third comic in the third book. That's like way worse. It's like, what? You're not in the third book and you're getting mad at me? And it's been like 20 years. But at that point, I was already like mostly done with it, and I was like, whatever, potato, tomato, because.
Potato, tomato.
Potato, tomato.
Literally, no. When we first got on call to start setting up the stream, I was like, guys, I can't believe people are actually mad at you about that. And now you're here. Sorry, I just had to.
Like, it doesn't matter how old it is. It's still like people should be able to enjoy the series without spoilers. I'm like, it's literally been 19 years.
There's like 80 books, okay?
And
I can't talk about Into the Wild all stream.
There's so many.
You want to avoid spoilers that bad, you gotta do it yourself.
Guys, yeah, exactly. Rusty joins the clans. Spoilers.
What?
I know. Wait, Spotted Leaf dies?
Spotted Leaf dies. When I was
don't you know that that's a spoiler? You just ruined it.
When I was a kid, my dad, and this is going to age me, but my dad brought home the Return of the King animated Rankin Bass show.
Oh no.
Movie. And I watched it, and years later when I read Lord of the Rings, I was like, oh, I already know what happens in the third book, and I was really mad about it. So yeah. I feel like there has to be I mean, I was mad, but I wasn't mad at my dad or life. Like, it's just like, well, it's been out since what, the 40s? Like, it's not, like, sorry, but
yeah, I got spoiled in middle school on accident, and it was honestly really funny because I remember I was thinking about the 3 and like the way they're colored, and I was like, you know, with them being like gray and black and like golden, you'd think that they'd be Leafpool and Crow for those kids, but that wouldn't be possible because she can't do that. And I actually scrolled too far on Jay Further's wiki and saw the family tree, and I was like, what?
Right.
I like remember where I was. I was sitting in the top bunk of my bed. It was like summer break, and it like changed my worldview. Oh my God. I was so upset that I spoiled it. I was like, I'm just gonna try to forget that. And then obviously you can't forget something like that.
Yeah.
And then another time, I like almost got spoiled, but then I was just like kind of stupid about it and didn't get spoiled. I saw a picture on DeviantArt. It was like called The 3, and it was you know, Jay Feather and Dovewing and Lion Blaze, and I was like, man, they colored Hollyleaf really wrong. Like, she's not gray, she's black. And then like later I was like, oh, that was probably Dovewing.
I see.
I feel so weird because I'm like, I couldn't get spoiled for like any of that because it came out as I was reading.
That's me. That was me too. When I started reading Warriors, the New Prophecy just started coming out, so I caught up really quickly with the 6 books, and then like I was reading them as they were coming out.
I did get spoiled for Broken Code though, because I wasn't reading up till then. But I mean, it's hard not to think. I don't know.
My sister gave me Into the Wild from the library when I was like in elementary school. She's like, I think you'd like this. And I read like just the one chapter where he's a house cat, and I was like, this is boring. What? And then like later, obviously, I came back to it. But What was wrong with me? Because I was like, it's just about a house cat. They're not in the forest. Man, just read like one more chapter.
Yeah,
literally read the prologue.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, this is confusing. Cats don't talk or whatever. I don't know what I thought.
Bye, flutist.
I think it's funny that the spoiler stuff is brought up because I knew about Warrior Cats before I ever read it. And so it was in middle school, and the librarian was like, hey, my daughter likes this book, you should read it. And I was like, oh, I already know what it's about. The same things happen over and over again. I'm not touching it. And then I touched it, and then got to arc 2, and a certain character dies, and I was like, never mind, I don't give a shit. I'm done. I gotta go. I couldn't take it anymore.
I have a question for King, the person on stream. When you're animating 2 separate characters, how is it different than just animating one character interacting?
It's twice as hard. No, it's I have to kind of line them up and make sure that their frames are happening around the same time. And I usually split them into their own layers. So if I erase one, like for instance, Spotted Leaf is kind of behind Blue Star here. So, you know, I don't want to be dealing with like, oh, I need to erase Blue Star's face and then I accidentally erase Spotted Leaf as well. But in certain places, it's actually a little bit harder when they're separated, like here. When I draw her moving, Blue Star isn't reacting, so now I have to go into Blue Star's layer and add that, you know, and stuff like that. So I suppose since it's so rough right now, I could probably just move them on the same layer and draw them that way. And I might do that, but yeah, that's the
I didn't know
stuff.
if like your first pass you actually did that, because I keep them separate, and I just animated something that was sort of like this, where like a cat was rubbing against another, and it was painful.
Yeah, I would say for the roughs at least, maybe like when I get here, it might be a good idea for me to bring them into the same layer so that I can like, you know, if I'm manipulating shapes or whatever, then I'm drawing on both of them. And then later, maybe during the tie down pass, once all the motion is figured out, then I might separate them out so that they're separated out for the rest of the scene.
Very interesting.
Oh, they're so I love this shot so much.
Yeah, I haven't run into
look at
too much
them.
trouble
It's
with
just
them,
so
so I've been separating them. But I took out her little chin thing that was getting too goofy.
I'll let King answer this question, but I'm gonna guess what she's gonna say first. Do you have any recommendations for face consistency while animating? Ooh. Model flipping.
Yes, model flipping for sure, especially early on. One thing I've noticed though with my own work though, because I'm on another indie project, and those characters were really difficult for me to draw at first, and now that I've been drawing them and I've animated several shots with them and I've struggled through their models, like I'm beginning to sort of get, like my brain's starting to go, oh, okay, the eyes are actually this big and I've been drawing them too small this whole time, and just millions of tiny corrections over time have allowed my brain to sort of get a handle on things. That's one thing that animation is fantastic for, because you're gonna draw this character, 37 times for this 1 2-second shot or whatever, 1 second shot. So, or you might draw them 50 times. Like you're gonna draw them a lot. So over time you're gonna get better and better at them. But at the beginning, flipping is extremely helpful. I know it was a while ago that I talked about it, so I can just real quick. Let me see if I still have oh, there she is. So here's the model sheet, and I've brought her in. Let's say I'm trying to get this head angle, so I might have the model sheet on a frame right before that frame. Let's see, it's here. So I have the model sheet here, and then on the next frame should be the character. I'm not doing this right. Where is this layer? Okay, here we go. That'll work. Yeah, so I have the model sheet here, and I'm going to try to get it as close as I can to the right size. And then I'm gonna, if I were to, this is my rough right now, but if I were to try to tie this down, I would maybe on a separate layer, start flipping from the model. So here, I'm like, okay, this cheek is way too big. Like it looks like it's drooping, So as I flip, I see stuff like that.
Droop.
The eye maybe needs to be smaller. It is important when you do this to try to get the size as close as you can, because if you're going to reference it. So yeah, so as I flip, I can see, okay, her head is more, maybe it's rounder. Her eye's a little bit smaller and maybe a little more slanted. If I'm having a lot of trouble with the eye, I may actually like draw it in roughly, like the shape of the eye, like this. And once I think I have it, then I'll draw the closed eye. Like if she's squinting her eyes shut, her eyelid would travel up a little and it'd be up here. So maybe it's more like that. This is a very tricky angle, so this is probably not a good one to show this on, but yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to get. So if you guys can actually practice, you can practice this at home, even if you're not animating, if you're trying to learn the style of warrior cats or anything, even if you're not animating, if you're just doing a drawing and you want to post it on Twitter and you want it to look as much as like the characters as possible or whatever, you can use this technique. You can make your drawing. I would start out, go ahead and draw your sketch, get it as close as you can, try to stay on model even during this stage. Go, okay, she's got kind of almond shaped eyes and then her nose is down here or whatever, and then bring the model in and flip. Krita has a timeline, so you can flip, but you also, if you have a program that doesn't have a timeline, you can also do it by just like turning stuff off and on, turning off layers. It's a little trickier with that, but you can turn a layer on and off over your drawing and see if that looks about right, that kind of stuff. I think there's other programs with timelines though, like I want to say Fire Alpaca and stuff. Some of the other programs have timelines that are
Fire
free.
Alpaca doesn't have a timeline. Last I use it, it has like
it's like a layer thing.
Yeah,
and
it's
then you
its
go
own
into like
layer,
setting
each
and
layer is
play
its
the
own
layers.
frame.
Yeah.
And then it has like a view area where you can just view everything at a certain frame rate, whatever you set it to. Very useful.
Oh, okay.
I enjoy it, but it's not the best ever.
It's not really good for like finished animations. Like if you're gonna be like, making a map part, it'd make it really difficult.
Well, no,
you can't line it up.
do it. It doesn't make it.
No,
more
I know,
difficult,
but I'm saying you can't line it up to his music because there's no timeline, and you can't really like scrub. But it's still great. I loved Fire Alpaca. I used it for like years.
Well,
I've done lip sync in Fire Alpaca.
I used to animate strictly in Fire Alpaca, and it has a lot more to it. It's just the thing is you need an editing program if you're using Fire Alpaca as your primary animating software, because you have to export those frames as you're working and see how they look. And that's the only like hard part about it. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. It's just not as ideal if you're wanting a timeline. You need to find Krita.
Yeah, see, because I didn't have an editing program, so I just was out of luck when it came to that sort of thing. But I did like Fire Alpaca. I still recommend it to people, like new artists, because it's very like simple but like capable of things. I enjoyed it a lot.
But yeah, I think drawing the characters over and over and over again is honestly very helpful. I know I think we do this too, but a lot of productions will ask you to trace the characters. You take the model sheet and just trace over it a few times. That's helpful at the very, very beginning when you're first starting to get to know a character. So you start to see things like how it's all about distance. So when you're drawing a character, the thing that can make it look off model is if any of these distances change. So this nose needs to be this wide. It's about the same length as the eyes, the same width as the eyes. So if you were to draw the character with the eyes this close together, it would look off model because the nose width is different than the eye width, right? So that's one thing that can help you keep in mind how the character's shaped. Things like where on the head the eyes are, which for a lot of characters isn't roughly in the middle, but it's good to know. So you could also do these little diagrams over the character where you're kind of exploring like what are these shapes geometrically, maybe something like this. The eyes are ovals like this. The eyebrow is about this far from the eye. So another thing that can happen is you draw the character, but you draw the eyebrows way too close to the eye, and it doesn't look like them anymore. This looks more like Blue Star than than Spotted. She's got high eyebrows. So as you draw the character over and over again, you'll start to notice these little details about them, and then flipping and honestly just drawing them again and again and again, over and over and over again forever. And that's not just good model practice, but it's very good just drawing practice in general. You'll become a better artist as you know, that's part of your draw every day. Like you can draw characters, you can do life drawings, whatever it is, as long as you're drawing and trying to hone a particular skill, you start to improve over time. Yeah, I think I'm going to move these guys on the same layer. They're starting to interact a lot. Whoops. I should have erased Blue Star's head before I did that. It's very quiet. Have I disconnected, or is everyone just listening?
No, we're just listening to your wisdom.
Okay, just making sure. I was like, it's very quiet for a very long time. I'm getting nervous.
Everyone's absorbing
We're
your
just
vast
absorbing
knowledge.
your wisdom.
It's a very quiet process.
Holly Leaf fan, to answer your question, our plan is we're working on our interpretation of like the first 6 books, the first arc, which back in my day didn't have a name.
Yeah.
It was just Warriors.
The first one.
It was just Warriors.
You had Warriors and you liked it. And that was enough.
I remember people calling it the original arc, or maybe I'm just.
Well, that's what people called it. They called it the original arc because it didn't have a name.
Yeah.
It did not have a name until
the reprints, I think.
Until the reprints, which was after Dawn of the Clans.
Yeah.
They started reprinting the books, and they gave it a name, but it was never called that before. It was just the first arc, the original arc.
Yeah, I remember calling it the original arc for a really long time.
Yeah.
No, should go down here.
It's called The Prophecies Begin now, son. It's called The Prophecies Begin.
By the way, this is usually the fastest and most satisfying part of the animation process for me because I'm literally just doing whatever, and then later when I actually have to draw them on model is when I'm like, oh my god, this is taking forever.
I just got a comment on that Twitter post I made about the whole people getting mad at me for saying Firestar and not like, I don't know, Firepot. I don't know what they want me to say. But someone just said, I only watched the LPS reenactments on YouTube. I was like, I forgot about those.
Why is that your problem?
Right?
I don't know. They were replying to someone else who said, someone please explain the WarriorCats plot to me. I only watch the animatics. And I said, that would be like 200 tweets. I can't do that. I can't just explain the WarriorCats plot to you. And someone replied to them saying, I only watch the LPS reenactments.
Now I'm just thinking of a copy pasta that's like the B movie, but it's just Into the Wild.
True. It's like the Fire Will Save Our Clan prophecy scene.
The copy paste idea is how you should start replying to that sort of comment.
Yeah. Like, people will be like, oh, I haven't read Fire and Ice yet. I'm like, what do you mean? Why are you seeking out fan content? If you... Like, you can, but you have to know that you're gonna get spoiled, especially if you're not even at Fire and Ice yet. That's the second book, man.
And you're on an account that historically tweets about WarriorCats.
Yeah, I've tweeted nothing but WarriorCats for as long as this account's been active. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what they want from me.
It's like when I was reading One Piece and I wasn't at the end yet, so I did not go on like the subreddit, and like I was not listening when people were talking about it on Twitter. Like I might go look at fan art, but even with fan art, I was being really careful. Like,
you're reading what?
One Piece.
Fan art.
Oh.
One Piece is fun.
To be fair, One Piece is like has been a 10-year investment for me, so I kind of would have been like whatever if somebody spoiled it because it's like it's been around so long.
Yeah,
I appreciate seeing some of your reactions in my DMs on that because it's very funny for me to see people going through it the first time.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I get excited, but then with certain people, if they're just starting, it's like I can't tell you about this yet. So it's nice to have a friend who's caught up to it. I can be like, hey, check this out.
Your reaction to Duval is still one of my favorite parts.
That's still my favorite part of all of One Piece. Oh my god, Duval. He's so beautiful.
Warren said, I have absolutely no plan to read the book, so fan content is the only way I'm enjoying the series, which is well worth it to me with how good at capturing the feel of the events y'all are. I appreciate that, and also, you know, with a lot of the books, you're not missing much.
Well, like a lot of stuff happens, but then like it doesn't super matter to the overall plot of the book sometimes. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I still enjoy it, like Toadstep's whole deal where he's like fanboying over Lion Blaze. Like it's fun, but in the long run that doesn't super matter, you know.
Books aren't like super well structured, but I still like them. I still hold a lot of affection for them from reading them when I was in middle school.
I still read them whenever there's a new book comes out.
I feel like I missed out on the whole middle school reading experience. So I was into animal books in middle school, but I was in middle school before Warriors came out, so I didn't have it. But I would have killed for Warriors when I was in middle school because I was reading every animal book I could lay my hands on. And
yeah, there's such good books for when you're in middle school.
Yeah. So then when I saw Warriors, like I think the nostalgia for me is more like the nostalgia of me being like, I would have loved this. Like now that I'm an adult and I'm reading it, I'm like, oh, there's a lot of problems here. But like I'm like, but this is the kind of thing I used to love, and there's like a nostalgia to that for me. Like I would have definitely, absolutely been all over this.
My sister never read Warriors, but she did read Seekers, which I thought was funny because usually it's the like other way around. Like people read Warriors but never touch Seekers. But no, she's read all of Seekers, but she just doesn't know anything about Warrior Cats at all.
Bye, Storm. Thank you for coming.
I actually didn't read Seekers either, but I did read Survivors. I do like Survivors a lot.
I read one book from Seekers. Seekers is the bear one, right?
Yeah. Survivors is the dog one.
I've never read anything from Survivors.
Seekers. I read the first few books of Survivors, but it was not very good. So
I liked it.
Yeah, I couldn't really. I tried. I just couldn't really get into it. I really liked it at first, but then it just kind of fell off.
I remember when they announced it was like the first thing they were doing before Warriors, and I read it and I was like, yeah, there's no cats. I was like always really into cats.
And
I'm like, all right then, no cats.
I was like, when I was a wolf girl, so for me, if it was like there has to be a dog or a wolf, but I think I would have been into a cat series. There just weren't any. But like
I had to have either cats or rodents because I had hamsters. So like there was the Miss Mantle Chronicles had a red squirrel on the cover. I'm like, yep, I'm reading that one. Red squirrel, baby.
Did anyone read Emmy and the Incredible Shrinking Rat?
No.
That was like a big book. They're always like, this is an award-winning book. Everyone at the school should read it right now. And then I did, and I'm like, yeah, this is probably one of the best books ever made.
The only books that ever attracted to me were of course like wolf books or dog books because like I like dogs and I got dogs, and also horse books because well I love spirit and I own horses, so horses have a very big place in my heart and decisions for media content. So
speaking of horses, did anyone ever read Horses of the Dawn? Because I never finished that.
I read that.
I read I read Wolves of Beyond. I was a big
I read that too.
super fan of Wolves of Beyond, and then
I was a
I didn't like the way it ended, but then it like goes into.
Wasn't a huge fan of the ending. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, that's sort of the stupidest thing I've ever read a little bit, but I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah, I read that, and I read like Horses Dawn one because like it kind of gave me Shinkatig pony vibes. That one book one. I can't
Misty
remember.
of Shinkatig.
Yes, Misty of Shinkatig. Yes, and that's what I was kind of expecting from like Horses of the Dawn. Like it's like maybe it's like kind of like got the warrior style kind of storytelling with a little Misty Shinkatig kind of spin on it. It kind of did, but not all that much. But hey, it's horses, so I'm biased.
No, Wyvern. I have read Swordbird. I know the author of Swordbird.
I don't know what that is.
It's birds with swords.
Oh, well.
Exactly what it says on the label.
I'm gonna start telling people when they're like, "What's warriors?" I'm like, "It's cats who are warriors." Like,
yeah, what's warrior cats?
I mean, that is basically
cats are warriors.
Yeah, that's so funny. Sword birds. I need to look that up. That sounds amazing. I feel it sounds familiar.
That seems like a working title that never got changed.
It was written by like a kid, so.
Oh.
She was like,
I do like it though,
or something like that.
That's incredible. That's like the way, like, yeah, we would like. What if a bird had a sword? Although now I'm thinking of that bird with the knife gif that sometimes goes around. Where the bird picks up a knife and takes off running with it.
Got a knife.
No.
Gosh, it's feeding time. It's about to be feeding time for my cats, so they're all going nuts.
I love Marigold so much. Why does she look like
bothering me? It's 4:00 and they're like, "There's nothing hard."
I love Marigold. Why does she look like that?
She's amazing. She's in the kitchen meowing at my husband, and then the other cat's at my window looking in like, "Food, food." I'm just like surrounded. Like, oh my god, please stop.
They're like that one scene from Finding Nemo.
Yes,
Mine.
Exactly. That's how it feels. Mine. That's like now that I've been trying to eat more fish to get more like omega-3 fatty acids or whatever, and so like of course now they really know the sound of like a tin of fish being opened.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my god, is that for me? Doesn't help that I usually give them some of the water from the can and a little bit of the fish. My own fault.
So they're taking full on advantage of your choice of like health and
yes,
food.
They're like fish. You say? I think that's a very great choice. You should do that. Oh, I got the onion skin on. Oh, I'm actually using it. Oh. For like a second.
I forget, does this shot that King's working on have like a set timestamp on it?
Oh, actually, I was gonna drop the audio end to find out because I may have to shorten it.
Oh yeah, the audio is the timestamp. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know if the audio you sent is just for this shot or if it's for the whole.
No,
also,
it's the.
I think I noticed when I watched it in the animatic that it's like she walks over, so there's like a camera pan there, maybe right before this happened. Or am I remembering wrong?
I think yeah, maybe slight camera.
I didn't go back and look at it very carefully.
It feels like that kind of shot that would have a camera movement.
Yeah, like she starts like where my animation starts, and then she walks in, and then it goes to this. So I can always add that in too, but yeah, I need to actually see how long this is because I may not even have that kind of time that I
need for this, which would be good to know now because again, everything's very rough, so I can just change it and it's not the end of the world before I spend hours and hours tying down.
You need to plug this into the animatic and change that. That's fine too.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not gonna bake in the camera move. I'm gonna like make it big enough so that you can then. I'll have to change my stage size.
I had a comp test last week for a application, and the camera move was baked in, and it was like one of those wobbly camera moves, and I hated my life.
Doesn't anime do that a lot? I feel like anime.
Yes,
they animate the moves in.
It's just like, wait, why don't more people let compositing handle the camera move?
Yeah.
It makes it so much easier for us, and that's all that matters.
Well, there's a lot of, I think, auteurs in anime. Like, there's a lot of anime artists who are, like, deciding how the shot's going to look. Like, they don't get given a shot necessarily. They get it like a sequence, I think. They'll get, like, 5 shots in a row and be like, you're in charge of all this. And then, at least, like, the higher up ones, the really, like, the star talent, the Sakuga animators or whatever, I think they'll like give them a whole sequence. That's why, like, actually the latest One Piece, it was very evident. You can tell like the style changes drastically from one sequence to another.
Oh, but the animation on the Wano arc was so much fun.
Yeah, no, it's been wonderful. But you can see how like they got like some famous artist to do a particular sequence, and then the next artist was another famous anime artist, and they did the next sequence, and like they're very different from each other. And they, I think, normally they probably try to tie it down closer to the style of the show, but with One Piece, they've just been kind of letting them have fun with it, which I think is great. It's like that, so it's wildly changing from one sequence to the next, and it's like really
it suits One Piece. It really, does.
I think it works really well for that.
Like,
but I
One
think that's
Piece
why
is such a wild, creative show. Like, the changing styles didn't bother me at all.
Yeah, no, I love it. All right, let me see if I can just drop this audio in. Okay, it's in, but
yeah, you wanna? I can give you the timestamp within that file.
Yeah, I just dropped it in, but I think it's the whole because it's a minute long. So yeah, I'd have to edit it. So I'm not gonna do that right now. Let me see what happens if I just hit play
though. No, don't do that, King.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Here, let me just take it out then. Too many spoilers. I almost spoiled the whole section. Yeah,
spoiler, everyone dies.
That was about it. So
down with spoilers, apparently.
If anything gets spoiled in this series by accident, it'll undoubtedly be through me somehow. I'll accidentally say something one day.
It's the 42-second timestamp.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have time to open Audacity.
I'm just saying.
Drag it in. I mean, I could. You guys want to sit there and be bored while that happens?
We are never bored watching you work.
Maybe I can leave this running. Let's see. Import. No, open. I'll just leave that running and then you have something to look at.
Yeah. It is so pretty.
Hooray.
Go.
Okay, what timestamp was it?
42 seconds.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, stop. It's like
never ending.
I'm gonna play it real quick. 42 second. Oh yeah, that was it. I cut it too soon. Okay, let's cut that. Stop. Okay, yes, I said cut this part. Okay, does she just say you worry too much, or does she go into the rest of her line?
No, it's just that one.
Okay.
I sent you the animatic, didn't I?
You did, but if I have to open it and try to figure out myself, this will take even longer versus me just asking you real quick. I just should have done this like last night or something instead of like right now. Okay, let's see.
No, you're good. That's my bad.
Okay, and this isn't, I'm not going to work off this file. I'm just playing it for the benefit of our audience because this isn't very well cut down. It's just very roughly chopped.
Yeah. Lemon Bar Cat, that is because White Storm was partially inspired by unicorns.
Unicorns!
You worry too much, Blue Star. You're far too young to have so many gray hairs.
It's very quiet. I think I have it turned down really low. I don't think I can. Oh, there's the volume.
It was just the one line. She didn't finish it. It's just you worry too much, Blue Star.
You worry too much, Blue Star. You're far too young to have so many gray hairs.
That's in the next shot.
Yeah. Okay, so, but probably this scene probably will have to be a little shorter, but that's okay. Here, actually, let me cut this even more.
Well, don't start cutting things before you've.
Oh no, I'm not cutting
audio placed right.
Yeah, no. I'm not using this. I'm not actually going to edit my animation based on this. I just wanted to pop it in and see if there's anything major, like, oh, but yeah, no, I think this animation is going to work for that audio. Yeah, I'll need to actually. I don't know if we're going to have an official breaking the audio down and sending it to people and saying work from this, because then there's not going to be confusion of like have it start at this line and then end at this line, because that's
Well, they should be referencing the animatic. That's why it's there.
right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, I'll just cut it from there then. All right, well, I took the audio out because it's
The frame count is. I mean, we have the frame count listed in the spreadsheets too. When that comes to that.
I guess I could go edit that and bring it in, but that's gonna be even.
Yeah, we'll cross the bridge when we get there.
Am I still streaming, or is anybody else gonna stream? I feel like I've been hogging the spotlight.
You're still streaming?
No, I mean, is anyone else? Was there a plan for anyone else to come in?
I think Kate may have stepped away, so I'm not sure we can switch right now.
Oh, that's right.
We're in stream. We've been going at it for like 3 hours.
We're stuck with King.
No.
Good place to be stuck.
Ugh, remember when you had to do the flag wave exercise in animation school, folks? This is one of those times where I wish I had focused on it more, because there's definitely like a wave going with her spine here.
That is actually exactly what we're learning right now, and my last assignment was a tail for this exact reason.
Godspeed. Y'all are so brave for animating.
I don't know why anybody does this. It takes way too long. And I know that at some point I'm gonna have to go in here and actually work in like where her ruff is and how it looks in the middle of all this. Okay, no, her butt needs to be a lot lower. Yeah. Trying to figure out the anatomy of this. So this is a good example of breaking things down into shapes. So right now, this is her spine. So her hips are probably like this. I'm probably going to represent them with a circle. So if I was drawing her in profile, it'd be like, this. So that back hip is a circle. So as I animate, I might just use a circle to show this movement, so I can sort of visualize it a little better. And then maybe I'll drop the spine in to be like, okay, now it's doing this. This is another example of a good way that you can work roughly when you're trying to get the motion of something. And I'm not getting worried yet about her exact anatomy, the placement of things. Right now, I'm just focusing on the motion. And then later during tie downs, I'll go in and decide, okay, where are her legs and how far apart are they and all that. And that might mean that I need to change some of these roughs quite a bit. I might get to this part and realize, actually, if her feet are on the ground, I'm noticing this right now, she has really short legs. I guess they're not, I mean, they're somewhat short. Maybe she's covered in fluff, but I don't know that they would be reaching up this high. I don't know, like, because I think the ground's like.
Yeah, but isn't that the best thing about this medium is you can cheat it?
Yeah, there is a lot of cheating you can do. I have noticed though, like that's something I noticed that a friend of mine that works at Disney mentioned one time. She says, one big thing that like beginners tend to do is they forget where the legs are during a scene. So you might have a scene where the character is like this, and then you need them to like move. But if they're sitting, they'd move different than if they were standing. And even though you can't tell from just this pose if they're sitting or standing, it's going to affect the animation. Like if they're supposed to be sitting, then there's only a range that their body can move. It's going to go off like in this direction, but the hips are going to stay in place. Whereas if they're standing, their whole body might shift over because they can move their legs. So I'm very aware now. Try to be very aware of where the character's legs are now whenever I'm animating them. Although it's hard to tell because you can't see where the ground is here. That would be one benefit of an infinite canvas, but I do not have that. At least I need to look into it because I don't remember if you can remove this part and see the rest.
I like doing my roughs in Animate because you got the infinite canvas.
Yeah, I will say if I draw like if I were to transform one of my drawings, let me see. This isn't a good example, but like on some of these, like if I have part of my drawing is like going off screen, then when I go to hit transform, you can see the bounding box actually does go down here.
Yeah.
So it's showing, and you can see like the rest of that drawing is down there. So it is there. So I think there must be a way to like see it. And I just don't have my settings because I may have had that before and I didn't like it or something. I'm not sure. I have to look into that because it might be something that's in Krita and I just never turned it on or because I'll see stuff like I'll be like, oh, my drawing, like when I try to paste in the model sheet, it always ends up like.
Yeah, it kind of does that in Photoshop too. I don't think there's a way to see it though.
Oh, okay. Then there may not be a way to see it. And yeah, whenever I was pasting the model sheet, I was having to go grab it from like the nether.
I mean, you have stuff around the edges.
Now that's different. So that's a special tool that Krita has. It's called what's it called? I forget.
I was wondering that too.
Yeah, so this is the reference images tool and it's made for that. So I can only manipulate those if I click on that little tool that does that. I can't grab it like with my transform tool and I can't draw on it unless I bring it down here in the drawing area.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And
I just thought it was like Animate. Where I just
oh,
have
yeah,
everything
no,
in the
unfortunately,
edges.
no. Because yeah, see if if I draw, like it cuts off at the edges. It's still there, but it's not showing it to me. I know there's a way. I guess I could play with it now. Let me see. Detach canvas. Yeah, there's wraparound mode. I know that one because I hit it all the time. Huh. Am I gonna regret this? Let's see. What's detach canvas? Oh, nope. That.
Oh no, editing the program live.
Oh no, sorry guys. Can you guys still see it? Is it showing up? Okay, yeah. Edit view.
Yes, we can still see it, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be messing with this during a stream. Where did my thing go? There we go. All right. But yeah.
Very interesting.
Around with it later. I just never thought about it because it never came up for me, but. Okay. I do really like this one feature of Krita, which is if I highlight something, it will basically play just that section of the timeline. I tried to do that in Toon Boom, and it was like you have to actually go in and manually put in, I want to start at this frame and end at this frame. So I don't know if maybe the more advanced version of Toon Boom does it, but Krita, like I highlight it, and if I hit play, it's just going to play the highlighted frames, which is nice. It's like a really quick way of checking stuff.
King, Sun is asking, I know you love Krita, but I'm curious, why are you working in it instead of Toon Boom when you have Toon Boom? Just more comfortable?
Yeah, I'm definitely more comfortable. Also, I got Toon Boom to because I got another project that I was working in it and I had to get it. But I wasn't getting like I had to pay for the license myself, so I decided to just get the cheapest version.
And unfortunately, the drawing tools in that are not great. It's basically just the vector brush. I can't do like textured lines and pencil tools and stuff like that. I can do the pencil tool, but it just gives me like the digital line that looks like that, or like you drew it with a mouse. So I have to use the brush tool. And so I still prefer drawing in Krita because it feels a lot more natural. It feels like drawing on paper to me. I'm also just used to all the shortcuts. So if I'm doing something and I want to be fast and I don't have to be like, oh, I forgot how to do this, or, like, I have been getting more used to Toon Boom, but because I have like the most basic version, it's just not as fun. I think it's probably more fun if you have the premium or whatever, but I just don't have the money to pay for that right now. And Krita is free. And since I love traditional animation anyway, I do like some of the shortcuts of digital, but as much as possible, I want it to feel like I'm drawing on paper and like the lines behave in the same way that a line on paper would. So that means like, if I erase something, it erases a section. It's not a digital line that like, if I select a line, I select like a line. All the lines are connected and already flattened, which sounds like a downside, and it can be for a lot of stuff, but I don't know. I just like it. I like raster drawing. I think Toon Boom has raster drawing, but I don't know if it's not in the more advanced section, but because I've seen people like in tutorials and stuff use it and it looks very traditional. Like I think that tutorial I posted the other day, he was working in Toon Boom, I think.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it didn't look like it was Toon Boom. I haven't used Toon Boom in like a decade, so I have no idea what it has nowadays.
Yeah, I've just recently started using it again, and I used it a couple years ago for a project at my job and was getting a little used to it there. But yeah, I just love. I always said when I was trying to animate digitally that I wanted a program that drew like Photoshop, but Photoshop was like garbage for animating because like you could do it, but it was such a pain in the butt. They have a timeline now, so I don't know if it's gotten easier, but at the time that I used it, there was no timeline, and you just had to like arrange your layers in this really weird way. And this guy had a plugin you could use, but it was just a nightmare. I did it once, and I animated a whole shot that way, but I was just like hating it.
Never again.
Yeah,
It does have a timeline, but it's hard. I still do roughs in like Animate, and I only take it over to Photoshop when I have to do like the final lines.
Yeah, that might be another reason I like Krita so much. The timeline in Krita reminds me a lot of the timeline in Animate, like the way the little blocks look and the way everything. Like there's just something about it's very Animate. So when I immediately was like, I get this.
It does. I was like, what are you using? Because I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like Photoshop drawing, but with an Animate timeline. I was like, boom, this is what I want.
That's OP. And it's free.
And it's free. I know.
Oh
exactly.
My god, I have to download this thing.
Like, there's definitely a lot of downsides, that I feel like probably TV Paint is the perfect program for that. But again, it's not free, so I can't justify
really expensive.
Like, if I was doing routine freelance that I got paid like an actual, like, I do some stuff for indie projects, but they don't always pay as much. And, so it's like, I can't always justify the price for TV Paint unless I get a gig where I'm actually getting paid like industry rates, and then maybe I could afford to buy TV Paint. But I'm just like, nah, right now, and I've actually done freelance, like paid freelance in Krita. I do it I'm in Farfetched, and I've done it in Krita because I told them basically like, do I have to use Toon Boom? And they're like, well, since you're a rough animator, you don't, because they clean up in Toon Boom, but the animation can look like however, because then they just take it and clean it up later. And I'm like, perfect. I'll just do it in Krita.
Very interesting. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense, because I feel like you could do roughs. Like, when I'm like doing my roughs, I want it to be as comfortable with the program as I can be,
Exactly.
Which is why I feel like I still go and animate, because I've never gotten more comfortable doing roughs in a program, because I've been using Animate for like 10 years.
Of stuff about Animate that makes it really nice for roughs too. Actually, the brush pen is a pain in the neck, but like since I worked in it, I was so used to it that I just kind of dealt with it anyway. But you can, like, I know Titmouse did some of their shows in Animate, and they were doing traditional animation and stuff in Animate, or like a hybrid model. So you can. It just doesn't have great drawing tools. Like the brush is terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Like,
What I would
like
do is
finalized.
like I would make the brush really small. So instead of getting like a big blobby digital, well, that's a bad example, but like like the flash line, I guess, kind of looks like, I don't know.
It's like
Although when you got, so when I was looking at like how you guys are doing,
you can make it look like kind of more like that, which is good for
yeah,
drawing.
when you guys were doing the the Elias thing, I'm like, wait a second, because I think you can export animate to be like that.
To be like what?
So, like how you guys do the anti-Elias, like the pixel line.
Anti-aliasing, I think that's how it's said or something.
Oh, sorry.
It's a hard word.
That's a Midwesternism, I guess. But I was like, oh, I think, can't you like export animate things to be like that? And then you could like,
oh yeah, actually,
possibly like work around how like crappy the lines look. I don't know. I was just thinking about it.
I don't know, because while you're working in Vector, once you export it, it's gonna rasterize it down.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know, because I worked on a project that was a pixel animation, like characters from a video game, and we actually had to make like a special pixel brush, or we had to find a special pixel brush in Animate to make it actually the pixels show up, because they don't, because you're not in raster, so technically there's no pixels.
That's very weird. Every time I think of like, I could never figure it out, but those old like MS Paint adventure things, like Ruby Quest and everything, like I guess that was probably an MS Paint, but isn't like Homestuck's like the Flash stuff, and it was always pixely, and I was like, how did you export it like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess it was probably raster, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was always like wondering about that, because I'm like, there's got to be a way to export it to make it look like pixel.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just me going on tangents.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second so I can lower my crank desk because it's kind of loud. Alrighty. By the way, for anyone who wants a standing desk that can be cranked up and down so you can sit 1 minute and stand the next, which is good for your back, Home Depot has some for if you're in the US. It's like $300. That's really not bad, considering a lot of standing desks are like thousands of dollars because they're electric, and this one's like you just have a crank and you crank it up when you want it up and down when you want it down.
I was literally about to be like, oh my god, what's the price? And then you hit me with $300, and I was like, oh.
Yes.
That's like a whole paycheck.
Yeah, it's something like, or at least when I bought it, it was like $280 or something like that. But like when I worked when I actually worked in studio at my job years and years ago, they were like offering to buy people standing desks, and they were going online and paying like $2,000. So
oh my god.
Yeah, no, they get very
That's
expensive.
a great price for standing desks for sure. I just wish.
No, they're usually very expensive. So when I saw these at Home Depot for like $300, I was like, holy crap! And I like immediately bought. At the time, I was working full time and had put more money. But like, yeah, no, I just like to tell people, because I feel like I didn't even think to look there or to ask or any, because you don't think, oh, let me go to Home Depot to get a standing desk. You're like, no, you got to go to an office supply store and you have to do this online or whatever.
Now I'm gonna like tell my boyfriend I'm like, this is a thing you gotta get me for Christmas now.
Yeah. It's nice too. I've had it for, I don't know, 5 years or so, and it's held up really well. And they have them in all that, like, that's the one that's the smallest. So I'm able to I keep my computer on it. So when I crank it up and down, the whole thing moves. I've just figured out, that's the way I figured out how to get my cords and everything.
Can you like send me a picture of your setup in DMs? I really want to see like what it looks like in its scale for sure.
Yeah, and I screwed a little basket in the back where I keep my cords. There's occasionally been problems, like I had to, like my internet cord just has to be out. Like I can't like stick it against the wall because it has to have the flexibility to move, But yeah, overall it's a pretty good setup.
Man, yeah, I would love to see that, definitely. Because I've been thinking, especially lately, my dorm desk is like really awful, and it's permanently tilted down, so it's like really like small, and in order to draw, I have to stack a bunch of stuff on top of my desk, which is already at an angle.
Oh no.
Like slipping, and it's been horrible for my back.
Yeah, no, this has been, I still have some back problems because I like have to mitigate it. So like I have to have a thing that tells me when to take breaks and get up and take a walk. Like I need to actually get out of my room once in a while, but like this has helped a lot because I'm not forced to just sit. So I like sit, and then sometimes I'll try to sit like a little bit differently, and then I'll have a break, and during my break I'll crank my desk up and stand for maybe 10 minutes, and then I'll sit back down for another 10, 20 minutes or whatever, you know. So it's like I'm trying to keep my body constantly moving.
I've seen setups, and this actually, my boyfriend's dad has a standing desk, and he has this setup where he will be on like Zoom calls, and under his feet it'll be like a treadmill.
Oh yes, I've seen those.
I think that is such a cool idea. I don't know if I could do it working in animation because I don't know, that's a lot going on when you're trying to focus on drawing.
It depends on what you're doing. I mean, there's times when I'm like just doing something basic like importing audio or cutting audio. I could probably be doing it, but yeah.
Yeah, or if it is like some kind of a meeting call. I think that's also great, like since I have ADHD, keeping my body moving in place without having to sit around. Yeah, it's super cool setup. I love when people are able to try and, I don't know, be more active when you're doing a computer desk type of job.
Yeah, it definitely helps a lot. I'm going to get into something a little nerdy here since we have a little bit of time, I guess, or there's not anyone else taking over. If anyone's curious about doing shift and trace in Krita specifically, I found out this guy, he actually has a whole YouTube video on it, but he basically, I'm going to make a group layer, and I'm going to paste the model sheet in here. Let's see, where did it go? And it disappeared. Oh, no, it didn't. Yeah, where'd it go? It's weird. You know what? I'm going to bring a bunch of this in so I have it all. All right. Why isn't this working? Uh-huh. There it is. All right, so there she is. In a group. And name this shift and trace. Bring it in here. And then I'm going to make oops, no, this one. There we go. There we go. All right. I now have a whole shift and trace folder. And I have her in there and she's in green. So I know that that's my shift and trace layer. So I'm going to use that and start tying down a little bit of her at the beginning, since I know that part won't maybe change as much. Maybe, actually, I guess it will. Here, I'll just do this one. That frame's not going to change. But yeah, so now I have shift and trace and pin it to the timeline.
Oh my god.
All right. And for this, I actually need her just for 3/4 view. And actually what I need is this one, because I'm not just going to flip her. So it really helps if the model sheet has both sides, because the markings change a little. Like she's got a freckle on one side. So
I didn't even realize that spotted leaf was different on each side.
Yeah, that's.
Oh
I
no.
love it. I know. Oh, I love it when a model sheet has
the one.
Okay, now I have her on
She's
the proper side. Because yeah, if I just flipped her, I'd draw the markings all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to be about the size, I guess. Actually, one thing that would be good to do right now is to bring in the size. I'm not gonna worry about right now for the stream, but what I would do probably is I'd bring the size lineup in, and then I would drop Blue Star and Spotted Leaf on it and resize them to the lineup to make sure that they are the right size in proportion to each other. Because I've just been drawing them according to the boards, but you know, it may not be completely accurate. But I'm not gonna do that right now because it's a little extra work, and I'll do it later. But that's something to keep in mind too, how big they actually are in proportion to each other. Oh no, there's too many. Where did they all come from? There we
go. Platinum, today is the anniversary of this project starting up. I think it's our 3rd, which is really exciting.
3rd, so that would make it like 3 years since this project started? Dang.
Yep.
Wow.
3 years. Years!
It really goes by fast, huh?
Really does.
Thank you for the happy anniversary wishes.
Every time I'm reminded that I joined this project when I was like 16, I'm like, I get whiplash.
God, I forget it's been that long. And I mean, I didn't join right at the start, but still, like, oof.
Yeah, you joined early 2021.
Wow.
March 26th.
Aw.
I'm like I'm not even like half a year old. I'm baby.
Baby.
Wait, I joined in February? I thought I joined in April. I guess I am half a year old.
Yeah, you joined February 23rd.
Wacky.
Yeah, so it'll be a year in just a few months.
Oh, don't say that. It can't be that. It can't be that close.
No, and you can never leave. All of you are stuck here.
I tried to leave, and they
I'm guarding the exit.
King
So
did try to leave. That was so sad. I had only known you for a couple months, and I was already sad.
She tried. She tried. It just, not to be dramatic, but the project is not the same without King at all. So
I missed you guys too much. I was like
selfishly, I was like, oh, can she please come back?
And this was definitely the hardest one, and then I regretted it like immediately. I was like, nah, yeah. Because I was like dropping out of a few things. I just committed to too much. I was like, I need to get out of stuff. And then I was like, oh no, that means warriors. And I was like, no, I don't want to. And I was like, no, it's gonna be fine. And then afterwards I was like, no, I shouldn't have done that.
It wasn't fine.
No. It was not fine. It's like the narrator, it wasn't fine.
I want to live.
Just ended up traumatizing everyone for no reason. I'm back like a month later.
Oh.
It was the longest month though.
So the Jester wants to know everyone's favorite WCA design.
Ooh.
So King, you start.
Oh no, I was just thinking it was one of the ones that got rejected. So.
An actual, like one of our designs.
One of our current existing designs. Man, that's tough. I really love, I will say I love Spotted Leaf Tail. So I'm a big fan of Spotted Leaf's design in general. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, I love her.
But the fact that she has a leaf tail delights me to no end. Yeah, I don't know. They're all so good in their different ways.
All the animators always say long tail, and I just can't.
I can't with him.
Because they haven't started animating him yet.
Okay, wait. I haven't actually drawn Longtail in a serious manner, so maybe I shouldn't say Longtail.
You think
I
you're like
was like, I love Longtail, and I was like trying to draw him on model, and I was like, I hate Longtail.
Yeah, no, good luck. Once you guys start animating, you're gonna be like, never mind.
The question is not which design do you like to draw the most, or which design is your favorite to draw. It's which design is your favorite.
They're also good, honestly.
Yeah.
Smudge and Darktail.
Good ones.
Yes. Ooh.
But I think Yellow Figs is like chef's kiss.
Oh yeah, Yellow
I love
Fang.
Yellow Figs design.
It's like perfect. It's exactly.
I want to change my answer to Yellow Fang.
Yellow Fang.
For real, she's really good. She's a good design.
Yeah. Although I don't know, Spotted's good too. I can't decide. It's too hard. You're making me choose between all these beautiful children.
I also like Sample, but that's just because it looks like my cat.
Aww.
She just reminds me of Apple.
I like White Storm too, honestly. He's very fun. He's so shape.
Yes.
Every time that I think it's Corey the one doing White Storm stuff right now. Every time I see it, I'm like, man, I'm so glad I'm not working on that sheet. His tail, oh my god.
You know, his tail is very interesting.
But I do like him, yeah.
I really like
I like all of
Lionheart's
them,
design.
and I don't like picking favorites.
Yeah, stop making us pick favorites. Fans.
How dare you?
Colt, what did you say?
Oh, I really like Lionheart's design, especially after finishing Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Real.
Oh my gosh, it's actually starting to come together.
It's all really coming together.
Beautiful. And
I find that very funny how surprised your voice sounded.
Your lines just
like, what do you
always...
mean? It's coming together. It's actually
I feel like that's how it is with the animation.
Now I regret
never know,
drawing
man.
on the same layer as my sketch because I'm like, well, I could just be tying this down for real, like for final lines. But I was like, no, I'm gonna have to do another pass, so I won't do that now. I'm like, no, I could have. Oh well, maybe I'll do that next.
For the person asking how many episodes, the plan is 12.
12.
That is so many. I'm so excited.
It might... No. That's a controversial decision. I'm gonna wait.
Uh-oh. Drama.
Oh, I'm gonna have to ask you something after stream that I was thinking about the other day.
Actually, Nifty, we need to have a call because I have to ask you something.
Oh no.
No, genuinely, like
calling with the directors.
I have a
I'm
question.
so canned.
A series of questions and a story. I think that's that's my pitch. Take it or leave it.
Okay. I still need to finish Wings of Fire. I need to finish the last book.
Yeah,
I just stopped because I got busy, and then I was like, oh wait, I never finished the first arc.
If you finish book 5, I'll grant you your Wings of Fire Sona.
Okay.
I have her little sketches around here.
I think I'm actually gonna have to sign off in a bit.
Okay.
Dinner going and stuff. Do we have any plans?
Now we have to continue for now while I figure out how to summon Kate.
Okay. If not, I'll just hit play on this and mute myself and doing dinner. No,
King, when you were doing I guess I wasn't here, but when you were like doing the roughs and stuff at the beginning, were you going straight ahead or did you use the boards as like keyframes to help you?
Mostly I work pose to pose. However, there were a few places when I did start going straight ahead. So like during this section, I needed to figure out what her leg was doing. So I just started doing it and I didn't worry about I just frame by frame,
Okay.
And then I would look at it later and see, is it going too fast or is it not going fast enough? But definitely I'm way more comfortable working pose to pose.
Okay. I am too, but I always get scared when people like go straight ahead. I'm like, how do you do it? It's so scary.
I do it a lot for tails and stuff at the very end.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll probably, so with her tail here, I have it posed out. But what I might do is, when it comes time to actually animate, I might actually go in here and do a straight pass from here all the way to the end.
Oh,
Which,
okay.
that might have been what this was too. Like I probably did this pose, that pose, and then the rest I just straight ahead started, because it's like a whip motion, so it's pretty fast.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I start pose to pose almost always, and then like I think I did the leg here as well. I just kind of, because I'm still figuring it out, so I was like, it gets too big here. So I'm just kind of framing through and trying different things. So that one's straight ahead. Because I can always go in during the tie down phase and like, tighten things down if they don't look good or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have a red tail design. To the person saying it's not possible to do.
It's on the Twitter.
Yeah, it's on all the designs are on the Twitter, and again, once I overcome my fear of Tumblr, they'll be able to be accessed on there too. But you can find we had a design post for him, we have a Pride post with him, and we have a Father's Day post with him. So he's on there.
Posts.
And hold on. Okay.
Boy, his head's a mess.
I gotta see how tall Blue Star is. She's not that tall, right?
She's a very short queen.
Yeah, I keep thinking she's taller than she is. Maybe because she's always standing next to Spotted Leaf.
It's true. Oh, here's the height chart. I mean, Spotted Leaf is only a fourth of a head shorter than her.
Oh.
Yeah, Blue Star is a short queen. I love her.
I think I just don't look at these guys standing next to each other often enough to remember how tall they are.
Yeah, if you go to character sheets, it's
tiny, and she's not.
There's a height chart pinned. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't look at it nearly enough. I need to.
Here we go.
Ears are not measured. It's her ears that are making her look so tall.
Yeah, she's got huge ears. Big, majestic, beautiful.
Right.
Better to hear her clan's needs with.
King, was there a time you needed to go, or?
No, I'm just starting to get hungry. Time to like.
So, do you want to give it till 5, which is in like 7 minutes?
Yeah, we can do 5.
How is it 5 for you guys?
Gosh, I know.
East Coast, Beast Coast.
For real.
Yes, there will be more LGBT representation than the non-existent rep in the books. And no, Spotted Leaf and Fireheart do not have a romantic dynamic in this. Yeah, no, my favorite thing about the heights and everything is that Fireheart does end up being taller than Blue Star. That feels right to me. I love it. I think there's always a tendency to make him smaller than her because she's the mentor, she's the leader, and nah. I like it this way.
I make Blue Star tall star. I make her super tall. And then she just gets really hunchy when she's in like dangerous path mode.
Well, but look at the difference. Look at the size difference between her and Tiger Claw. Like that's gonna be terrifying for her.
I mean, I make Tiger Claw like absolute massive Maine Coon, so.
Yeah. I might open
he's a massive dude.
I might open the height chart if that's allowed, I assume.
For sure, absolutely.
I think all the characters on there are released on the Twitter, maybe.
Okay, the idea that Spotted Leaf is quote-unquote creepy towards Fireheart is a fabrication of the fandom. It's not something that actually happens in the books. That is a complete and total fabrication.
Creepy? What?
Yeah, I just reread Into the Wild like a couple months ago, and I'm just like, there's like 3 lines, and it's all Fireheart or Firepaw. He's just like, wow, she's pretty. Wow, she's pretty. Wow, she's dead.
Yeah, they seriously have like 3 whole interactions while she's alive.
Mm-hmm.
She has so much more interaction. This is crazy because people are always like, StarClan interacted so much in the later books, but I'm like sitting here and it's like Spotted Leaf talked to Firepaw like through the entire first arc, like almost every chapter.
A random person, yes, this is LGBT supportive, and if I recognize your username from where I think I do, I have made this clear on our social media before. If you have a problem with that, this is not the project for you. Find a different project. I will not be swayed on that. You know, in this, Spotted Leaf is more like a big sister figure to Firepaw than anything else.
Mm-hmm. We're losing
Hi, guys.
people.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, you're
Sorry.
back.
Somebody
You're good.
called and they called
You're
twice
fine.
and I was like, oh, is it an emergency? So it wasn't, but they called, so I went ahead and answered. Oh yeah, I was gonna open up the height thing. Did we decide I can open the height chart?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good.
It's in the chat. Do you need me to send it again?
I think I just downloaded it. Maybe I didn't. There it is.
Awesome.
Download it again. I thought I did before I left, but I guess I didn't.
Yeah.
Open. In browser. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, yeah, she is taller than her, but she's not that much taller technically, but she does look a lot taller. That's cool.
Mux, as far as identifying characters and animations and maps and stuff, I think that a lot of it, it's easier when you've either read the books and or been in the fandom for a long time and you're kind of used to how people draw different characters. Soupy, I didn't know you were on the West Coast. That unnerves me. You have East Coast energy.
Oh my god. Up chins always throw me off. I never know how to draw them. This is one of those times when I need that 3D model. Do we still do those?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have one for her though.
If you do not, I can kidnap Soupy.
It's not.
Don't think we
quite
have
that
one
important, but
Yes, this is Krita.
Wait, what are we kidnapping Soupy for?
A spotted leaf head model if we don't have it.
Why wouldn't we kidnap Soupy?
What aren't we
I would-
kidnapping them for?
I would love to model Spotted Leaf.
at the very least, just her head. Because I'm having
Well,
difficulty.
that's the necessary part. I hear a lot of people say they imagined Yellowfang as being yellow, but thinking Crowfeather is white is a new one for me.
Crowfeather? White?
What?
I think it's Crow.
Most crows are.
That's a new one for me,
My
but
knowledge.
it's definitely fun to like know how people imagine them.
Yeah.
I want Bloodhush, I want to update the height chart and then maybe post it again, probably on like Tumblr as soon as I overcome my fear of it. One day.
You're afraid of this height chart?
As for the next stream, should I do fully furred potted leaf?
Potted leaf. She'd be really cool. I strongly imagine, I think the tail would be like the hardest part.
Yeah, I have no idea how that would even work.
Well, because the thing is, on the
probably-
model sheet, it's really long. It's like fur. It basically works like paper folded over a string.
Yeah.
I guess you could do it sort of like a feather.
Yeah, but like the grooming of it would be really hard, I think.
Yeah, I think actually that would be a
I
nightmare.
if it's just for the animator's reference, like you can literally make a plane and cut out pieces because we probably need to think about like how it looks in perspective because that's kind of what it is. It's like it's a piece of paper or a plane, like a leaf.
It's on the model sheet there somewhere, like in the corner. Beyond the turnaround, there's like a little thing that's like her tail is like a piece of paper on a string.
I'm saying like
yeah,
if I
there it
did
is. Yeah. It's like a
Spotted
sheet of
Leaf,
paper
like
on
how
a
I did
string.
Blue Star, then I have no idea how that would work.
Just now noticing how all the different markings on Spotted Leaf that aren't symmetrical, and I'm going crazy.
Yeah, any of the characters that aren't symmetrical have the full like both sides turn around.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Tail guide. Spotted Leaf was a character that was always really hard for me to imagine in my head, like pin down a design for mentally until this project.
Right? It's just like.
And now I just imagine this Spotted Leaf.
She's like one of those characters whose like description is kind of leans on the vague side, like her and Cinder, and I think maybe a few others, but mostly her and Cinder are the ones that were always the most
Maybe
difficult.
the authors also can't picture them in their heads. So.
Well, I'm sure they cannot because they can't even remember what they look like.
Yep. All right, I think I'm gonna be done if that's all right.
Okay. Yeah, no, of course. No, it's not all right.
No, you do not permit her to leave. You are our hostage. Hostages don't make the decisions.
Seriously, please. I just want to see my family again.
One day I'll be like, I swear. Cool. No, this was super fun though.
It was super fun. I can't wait to see more progress on this shot. But yeah, guys, we're gonna wrap up for now and for today. Thank you guys so much for coming and for celebrating our anniversary with us. Exciting day, and we're excited to keep bringing you progress. Yeah, take a look at how the shot's looking so far.
Yeah.
Google
Yeah, bye
eyes.
everyone, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.